Okay, I can't stream. I'm so bad at streaming. Why do I even bother? I forgot to click record until now. Sorry, here's a new intro. Everyone missed the first 10 minutes if you're watching on YouTube. I'm starting my Doodle stream by drawing my updated design portrait for my OC Ileana. Hi. Well, the stream's off to a great start already. Like I said before, I remember to press record. I don't know how to draw my own character. I'm sure I've talked about it before, but I have the really bad habit of drawing the face first and then the head around the face, and that's why my poses and proportions when I draw characters are bad. Because a good artist would draw the head, then the features, if even then, and then they'd draw the body, and then they'd fill in stuff, but I just can't do that because I'm I'm a poser. I have to draw in the facial features to fit the face and head around it and then draw the body around based on that. We forgot to set up FFC modes for Pepso no Yachts. You always draw the heads too big, but yeah. At least digitally it's easy to resize elements. But when drawing traditional, you just gotta commit to your fuck-ups. I've been trying to learn to draw pointed chins lately because they are a real thing, but for the longest time I avoided drawing pointed chins because I was so afraid of like the super sharp anime chins. Artist trauma from my teenage years, you know. I think her eyes came out a bit too big here, but I'm not sure. Compromise. This stream is getting off to a really positive start, as you can tell, but I've actually been really struggling with art lately. Because I've been busy, like, what's the saying? Well, let's just say that I've been on a work grind that seems like it's got no end, and I don't know when I can stop, but soon I must take a break. I'm feeling like the need for a break. But oh, hi Polyvisop, nice to see you here. But like, I'm currently at the point in my art what's the word? Evolution? Process? Improvement. In my art improvement, my art skill improvement, I'm at the point where I'm very aware of a lot of mistakes and lacks and flaws in my art currently. I can perceive them, I can see them, and I technically know what I should do to fix them, but I just physically can't. So can't wait for my actual ability to execute to catch up with my ability to perceive. I've been doing a lot of... Let's move in here. I forgot this book here. I've been doing a lot of anatomy studies lately. We're getting a lot of indie game music for the time being. So yeah, the hairstyle. The major difference in her hairstyle is that now it's curly instead of straight. It actually suits her way better. I don't know why I've insisted on straight hair for her for so long. Like I said, the other major difference is color palette. And I finally changed her hair color, which is so important because I don't enjoy people telling me that she is Gerudo. Or they thought she was a Gerudo because she's not a Gerudo. I don't deny that I was inspired by Ganondorf in Smash at some point when developing her, but I didn't know what a Gerudo is until I played Wind Waker on the Wii U for the first time, and Ileana has been my OC since I was a little girl already. So, you know. Some good music. You should check out Rayman and the Dreamer's Boundary fan game. It's very good and has great music. Just making sure everything's okay. Okay, I'm using my cheap colored pencils again. Do I have some good greens here? Let's use this one for some line art. What was that? Always when I stream it takes me a moment to get into the groove. I feel so awkward, I don't know what to talk about. I actually have a lot of topics to talk about, but I don't want to go like immediately crazy, if that makes sense. Has anything topical happened this week? Mischief Mad is causing chaos. Well, something I can talk about without sounding crazy immediately is that I watched a movie last night. I've been watching a lot of movies. I started this project in last December that I want to watch 100 new movies in a year, and I'm currently up to 49 after last night's film. So I think I'll comfortably reach my goal before December this year. But what I mean by a new movie is a movie I've never seen before, or I've only seen when I was so young that I barely remember anything about it. And last night I watched a film called The Color of Money from the 80s, a Martin Scorsese film, a sequel to a 60s film called The Hustler. I don't know, they were available on Yle Arena, the National Broadcasting Service's free streaming service here in Finland, so I figured this is here. I kinda like snooker, so let's watch a drama film about pool, I guess, and last night I saw the sequel is there, so I figured I might as well watch it. Oh, thank you so much, Raimam. I'm gonna see what you requested. And then I continue drawing this. See. Looks like you didn't say what you want me to draw, so please tell me in chat. Yeah, please tell me what you want me to draw in chat, because looks like you didn't write anything in the donation message. She didn't have a request. Okay. Yeah, I know it was Raimam. If I said something else, I'm sorry. I'm so frazzled. Oh, more Rayman and the Dreamer's Boundary music. Okay, she said no Snorlax. Yeah, that's fine. That's funny. My mom and I play Pokemon Go still, even though Niantic was sold over to Saudi Arabian government-run gaming company, unfortunately. So I expect the game to go downhill soon. That specific company has a track record of really insidious microtransactions. But anyway, Mom and I have been playing Pokemon Go, and I just caught a shiny Snorlax by chance and traded it to her because she was actually trying to find one. So yeah, I'm gonna draw her a Snorlax after I finish this portrait. It's going to fit down here nicely. What was I saying about the movie? So yeah, it was a movie. It was a drama film. The first one from the 60s. I think I maybe preferred it, the original one, for some reason, even though I didn't like it that much. Like, it was fine, but I didn't like it that much. There was something about this sequel. Well, it has the same main character, but works as a standalone film too, but I don't know, there was something a little odd about this sequel, I guess. Even though the original was also weird, but part of it is just 60s stank, you know? The sequel, The Color of Money, Tom Cruise played one of the main characters in it, and I had no idea until I read about the film in Wikipedia, because I do not recognize young Tom Cruise. He looked like a completely different person. If anyone in chat has film recommendations, feel free to let me know. I've been watching all kinds of things from all over. I'm looking forward to when I'm able to watch Flow on a streaming service. It seems so good. I was following it for a long time, and it's great to see the recognition it's getting. I'm putting way too much effort into this portrait. But might as well. I know I complained about this last time too, but I really hate this super textured paper, but it's great for Doodle streams since I can't noodle away on the details as much as I would like because of how textured the paper is. And I'm getting some use out of it. Yesterday on Finnish TV they started to advertise the annual summer James Bond film marathon that I have watched in full every single summer since it started over 10 years ago. So I won't be able to watch as many new films this summer because I'm going to be rewatching all the James Bond films once again, and I'm also going to be watching all the Dragon Ball films and OVAs that I can find, so it's going to be packed. But the Dragon Ball films will be mostly new. I've only seen the live-action film Evolution, no need to watch that again. I've seen it 3 times now. And I've seen Battle of Gods, Resurrection of Dragon Ball Super Broly and Dragon Ball Super Superhero, so I'm going to rewatch them, but other than that all the older films, the OVAs, are new to me. Oh, hi! Hi, Mr. Cough. You really like textured paper, gives a nice feel when drawing. Yeah, it's all down to preference. I like to work with colored pencils, and really textured paper for my technique and workflow isn't optimal for it, but like I know it's really great for painting. Okay, let's do some shading here. When I do mixed media, I like to use super smooth watercolor paper, and it's not ideal either because paints work on texture paper so much better, but because colored pencils are my main tool, I just stick to the smooth one anyway and take the L with the paints. I guess the light is coming from this direction. Colored pencils have beautiful shading when drawn properly. Yeah, I know, I wish I could! I'm so jealous of actual colored pencil artists. I do my best, but I have a really bad habit of just immediately pressing super hard and ruining my ability to layer properly. Oh, there's some good music. Oh wait, no, this is the original version from Sonic 06, isn't it? It's not as good as the Shadow Generations remixes. I don't like the choir instrument used. I'm stammering. I've spoken about it a lot, but do you guys want to know why I work with colored pencils? Like why colored pencils are my favorite? Do tell. Nice caps mistake. I'm going to take the next pencil and tell you. So, back when I was a wee little lass, 13 years old, I started in Finnish junior high school. I did have a lot of friends from elementary school too, who liked drawing, and I made even more new friends who liked drawing in junior high. But at the time, everyone else moved over to markers, Copic markers and black fine liners. Because, you know, it was cool because that was a manga look. And they all liked manga, and I got into manga too. And everyone wanted to draw like that. But I was so stubborn and so cheap that, well, I did buy some Copic markers, and I still have some of my old Copic markers from 17 years ago that still work. But I was so cheap and stubborn that I thought, I don't want to learn how to use markers, I'm going to keep working with colored pencils, even though they were considered a baby media by all my peers at the time. So I stuck to colored pencil. And then all my friends pivoted away from Copics. Around 15, 16, everyone else pivoted to digital art mainly. And I was stubborn and thought, well, I don't want to learn digital art. I don't want to get this expensive drawing tablet. I'm going to keep using colored pencils. I probably would be making more money if I worked digitally, but, you know, it's just not fun. When I make my shirt designs, they are ink drawings on paper that I could compile together on the computer and color digitally and do edits and adjustments as needed. And I do incorporate digital sketching to my drawing process somewhat nowadays. It's a back and forth of drawing on paper, scanning it, doing a drawing over it digitally, printing it, drawing over it with a pencil again. It's a back and forth. It's so much easier to resize things digitally. It's made sketching so much easier, but like I just don't enjoy drawing digitally, you know? I like to use Copic markers or other alcohol markers for my mixed media work nowadays, but I just don't really... I just want to keep using colored pencils. They're my favorite. I have slight knowledge of how to use colored pencils. I don't know if it's because they have a natural vibe. I just always liked colored pencils. They were cheap and accessible when you were young. And I don't know. I was just too stubborn and cheap to learn any new art mediums over the years. Okay, now I'm going to need a darker pencil to give her outlines. Yeah, this is the choir that I don't really like in Kingdom Valley's music for some reason. Knowing that my shirt started as traditional art makes you love them even more. Thank you. You want to do 2D digital. You have Krita and those drawing pads you connect to the computer, but drawing those takes a long while to get used to, so I don't have the time for it right now. Yeah, it takes a while. It does. There is a lot that like a pure drawing skill does translate over. It's a bit of a learning curve, since the feel is different. That of course you don't use an eraser, you use a drawing software. You need to learn the shortcuts, you need to learn which process to use and what not to achieve what you want, but the drawing skills itself transfer over pretty quickly. But yeah, my shirt designs, I don't really have interest in digital painting. Part of my the reason why my shirt designs are the way they are is because I've always liked, you know, manga and comic art, and they're really clean and crisp colors, and that's something that's quite hard for me to do in traditional art, so it's nice to do that slightly different style digitally. And I also incorporate a lot of traditional workflow to it too. I often make my own textures with watercolors or markers and lay them over the digital layer of color on the computer for my shirt designs. Like the Gravity Rush design from January, I think. I was really happy with it. The background is entirely watercolor texture that I made myself. Okay, then. I haven't decided on her updated color palette in its entirety yet. So let's give her blue lips for now. I might turn them black depending on how much black I'm going to add to her costume. I recently uploaded my first art process video with talking for my Patreon supporters. I'm going to put it up publicly on YouTube later in May. I'm really worried that I'm going to get angry comments about my horrible accent or weird voice, but we'll see. I'm really happy with the video, even though it's unorthodox. I'm actually doing some crafty stuff in it instead of traditional drawing as usual, but I'm excited for it to go public too. I hope to do more art videos where I talk in the future, because I actually have a lot to say about my art pieces usually. I don't know why. There we go. I'm just holding the color pencil box against my chest right here to try to find the good greens. Sap green, yeah, let's use this one. So the idea behind the green hair is, and how I was inspired by synchronized skating, was that there was a team with costumes that were like black, and they had glittery edges in like Aurora Borealis colors. And Ileana is an ice team character with ice magic, and I always liked the red, the hair and contrast with the ice colors, but there and then the green just clicked. And this Aurora Borealis color palette of dark purples, blues, greens and maybe a hint of magenta has been something I really liked in my art recently. So I tried to draw Ileana with green hair and it really worked, and I'm really happy with it. I do not need to. I'll probably do a doodle of her and try the different colors digitally, so it's quicker than doing color pencil layers all over. And then I can move over to designing the other old OC I have, who is part of the same story as Ileana, the other main character, Jaffa. I think I'm going to give him straight hair now that Ileana got upgraded to curly hair, so they contrast well. Let's see. Let's add this color. This. I could talk about drawing forever even if I don't have anything intelligent to say. I just have a lot of thoughts and feelings. But yeah, I haven't been playing like any video games this year because I've been watching films and focusing on art stuff, been doing a lot of work like I said. But who isn't? It's a tough time. I need to sharpen this. Talk about the coolest glass squid baby sighting. Oh yeah! I was so excited about that. I was like shaking with excitement. I don't know if anyone in chat doesn't know, I'm a big octopus fan, a cephalopod fan overall. And a colossal squid is the biggest in terms of mass cephalopod known to man. We've never filmed a live one until recently. A baby colossal squid was filmed and identified. I forget where it was filmed, but there was a news article with it and I posted about it on Blue Sky because I was so excited. We found colossal squid bodies and supposedly there's been sightings of it, live sightings, but obviously no recordings. So exciting. The giant squid is supposedly larger in terms of like length from the tip of its head to the tip of its tentacles, but the colossal squid is heavier and has more mass. I believe it's expected to be able to grow to up to 7 meters in length. I'm so excited that one was filmed. I hope an adult one gets filmed one day and I get to see the recording before I die. The new green is good, thank you. There we go. My updated OC design little portrait. I think I'm going to change her costume to a darker color with white details. We'll see. Now I'm going to draw a Snorlax for my mom. I'm going to find a reference on my phone. Let's see. Snorlax. I'm going to draw the shiny Snorlax. It's just the same, but instead of the like weird dark juniper green or whatever, it's like blue, isn't it? Here's a picture of Snorlax. One door is 2 meters for context, so imagine 3.5 doors stacked lengthwise on top of each other. Yeah! Amazing. I love aquatic animals, they're some of my favorites, and cephalopods are my absolute favorites out of those. I love nautiluses, I love octopuses, I love squids. Currently on social media it's Invertefest, where we celebrate invertebrates. If you have drawn invertebrates, feel free to post your own on social media with the hashtag Invertefest, or if you want to see pictures of invertebrates, go check out the hashtag. It's fun. I've been getting more into insects too. Like, I'm kinda squeamish, but also not super squeamish. I guess I'm normal squeamish. If there's a scale of super squeamish and not squeamish at all, I think I'm fairly in the middle or just slightly on the not squeamish side. I'm trying to learn more about all the insects around me to be less squeamish about them and to be able to appreciate them. The knowledge is power. The more I know, the less worried I am. And the other night we went for a walk and I was really excited about the large beetles we found. Octopus gang. I have some new octopus art to post, so I'm excited. I love octopuses. I love drawing them too, even though it's difficult. Why is the source for this Sonic Pokemon wikia.com? Sonic reminds me, have you guys been watching the Chow Tales animated shorts? There's 4 of them now posted on the official Sonic channel. Unfortunately, their YouTube shorts though, so watching them is annoying, but the shorts itself are super cute. I don't think I've ever drawn a Snorlax before, maybe as a little kid. You gotta hop to that, yeah. My mom says she wants a sleepy hat on it. Okay. Gonna... like a Scrooge hat. Covering one of the ears. There's a pom-pom to make it cute. Spyro gems? Hell yeah! I think this is from Reignited Trilogy, yeah. Snorlax was, in case you didn't know, I'm sure everyone knows because I probably did, you know, game talk about this, but Snorlax was originally based on one of the people working on the Pokemon game as a bit of an inside joke. I think that's kinda funny. Though I do feel weird about Pokemon that are based on specific people or, so to say, memes. I think the face isn't wide enough, but oh well. I gotta self-advertise, even though I said I'm going to need a break from work soon. I just wanted everyone to know that my commissions are always open. I have one commission and I am working on a duo of matching shirts that I would like to finish before I crash and take some time off. I'm trying to design a pair of Dragon Ball shirts and hope they get picked up for sale by the Yeti. I'm not sure if they will, but I'm trying my darndest. So wish me luck with that. It's probably going to take several weeks to draw them because I'm so slow with my shirt designing. I'm so perfectionistic about my sketches and then it takes me a million years to finish the designs digitally. But I really want Dragon Ball shirts. I'm so sad I couldn't buy the mint Bulma shirt that was on sale just the other week. It was so pretty and so cute, but I couldn't afford it at the time. I've also had ideas for like old anime themed shirts. We'll see when I get to them. I have a lot of ideas and concepts. Hi G, thanks for stopping by. I'm currently drawing a shiny Snorlax with a sleepy hat for my mom. Snorlax has the Corrin beard. It does. I was thinking about the same thing because we talked about the Corrin plushie yesterday, the fat one. Speaking of old anime, another film I watched recently was Alita Battle Angel. Has anyone in chat seen it? It's based on Gun or Battle Angel Alita, a 90s cyberpunk manga series. I think there is a short anime or OVA of it too. I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to read it so bad because the local anime magazine had a picture of Gali, or Alita for English speakers, the main character. A picture of her, and it was so beautiful, it's never left my mind. I'm so sad I haven't been able to find a specific picture online. But I was so dazzled by that one black and white illustration of Gali herself. I wanted to read the series so bad, but I was never able to find it. I'm not sure if the manga was actually released in Finland at all. I think I could find it nowadays, at least in English, and read it. I think I gotta get to it. I quite enjoyed the film. You can kinda tell it's a bigger story that was condensed into 2 hours, so it's a little fast-paced, but I think it was really good and feels like it was done with a lot of love and respect for the source material, which really isn't always the case. I'm pretty sure it was directed by the Spy Kids guy, which is funny. And it had Christopher Waltz in it as one of the main characters. He's a really great actor, so that was a lot of fun. And the lady whose name I can't remember who played Alita in it was also really good. Overall, I really liked the film. It was beautiful and stylish and fun. If they make a sequel, I'd be happy to watch it too. I think they want to make a sequel for it, but who knows when. I have a lot of anime and manga and Japanese animated films I should get to. But I'm in the Dragon Ball hell, and I can't stop until I watched every Dragon Ball anime and film. We're currently in Buu Saga of Dragon Ball Z Kai, and then we watch GT. We will watch the original version of DBZ too, but later, when the withdrawal symptoms from Dragon Ball hit. I have seen original Dragon Ball now, most of DBZ Kai by now, and I've seen Super twice. So yeah, there's just GT, Daima, and the horrible tie-in, a mobile game tie-in web series, if I can find it too, and the films and the OVAs, like I said. The plan last year was to start watching Sailor Moon, but Dragon Ball happened and took over my life, so I'll get to Sailor Moon eventually. You were impressed with the Alita movie, especially since you don't think anyone had any major expectations at first. Yeah, you wouldn't think that a Western version of a 90s cyberpunk manga would do well as a live-action film, especially since it was in development hell for like at least 15 years, as I read. But it was really good. It was also one of those films where the special effects had a style to them that fit really well with the style of the clothes and set pieces and everything else. Like, the movie had such a cohesive style. I liked that a lot. And it didn't try to like pare down, so to say, anime cringe for the most part. It did make minor adjustments to some of the base plot from the beginning parts of Gun as far as I know. But like nothing, in my opinion, that was like drastic. Nightcap. I hit some music here that's going to get this VOD muted on YouTube. Hopefully not blocked. We'll see if any comes up with the random playlist. Bit of shading here and here. 2 Dragon Ball GT pains. I'm sure it's both better and worse than people make it out to be. You think most people took one look and went stop staring at me with them big oval eyes in Alita Battle Angel? Yeah, it has to be said that the choice to give Alita bigger eyes digitally in the film. Like, yeah, I thought it was odd too when I first heard about the film, but actually watching the film, I think it was a really good choice because it made Alita so expressive and it made her feel like special and different. In the flashbacks, you can see that other characters, no spoilers, closely associated to her, had the big eyes too. And it's not the first time I've seen a film, live-action film with enlarged eyes for a realistic character. You get used to it. It does fit her character and it does look cool. The special effects in the film do look cool. Oh boy, are your arms tired? You just flew in here from the new ruins level. You didn't know about that, you just looked up, and yeah, that is kinda uncanny at first glance. Yeah, it's a bit uncanny at first glance, but you get used to the big eyes really quickly. Everybody. Let's add a bit of cream here. What other films have I been watching? I have such a huge backlog of films, and I've been bad at making time to watch films and stuff I want to watch, so that's why I set the challenge for myself, and it's been good. I've been going through my backlog a lot already. So far the worst film I have watched out of the 49 I have watched is Dick Tracy, the live-action film. What an absolute hateable shit show. Like, I can't even describe. I think I might have complained about this in my previous art stream too, but I just cannot stand that Dick Tracy film. It made me so angry. It's making me angry just thinking about it all over again. The fucking worst thing I've seen in ages. Here's the Snorlax. It was a massive letdown. Yeah, I was lured in by the promises of style. It was all style and no substance, even the style didn't hold up. Only the painted backgrounds were nice at the end of the day, and I guess the prosthetic faces were well done. But why? Why? To think Disney was banking so hard on it, yeah. Apparently it was like a meme. It apparently did decently at the time of the release the film, but it was not the hit Disney was hoping. I'm gonna check I haven't missed on any donations or the like. I have not missed on any donations or messages. That is fine, we're going to draw whatever. If no one requests anything for a donation. Let's see, I told my siblings not to donate anything because I feel bad about my siblings giving me money to draw characters. I can draw them for them for free. Like, my sister and I are the entire Universe 6 fandom from Dragon Ball, and I'm feeding both of us by drawing the characters from it in my sketchbooks. I guess Rai is part of the Universe 6 fandom too, but he's not as devoted as we are. He only cares about Champa. But yeah, I'm going to draw Piccolo for Rai. I asked my siblings for some Dragon Ball character suggestions. Sampa, yeah, Champa. Going to throw my sister under the bus, but when we were watching Dragon Ball Super, Champa made my sister cry, so you know. I think is that the only time she's cried when we've been watching Dragon Ball so far? What do you think of the fan theory that Universe 6 is our universe? I have not heard that fan theory because I kinda avoid Dragon Ball fans because they're annoying. Universe 6 is our universe? Well, spoilers, but the Earth from Universe 6 was destroyed and had to be rebuilt with the power of Super Dragon Balls. I don't think it fits, because Dragon Ball is kind of an utopia as a world, and our world sucks by comparison. If Frost has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Frost has only one fan, then that is me. If Frost has no fans, then that means I am no longer on Earth. That's me for real, for real. It took me a while to click with Frost, but then I understood that, wait, Frost is great actually. But okay, let's try to draw Piccolo because that's one of Rai's favorite characters and also one of my favorites. He's relatively simple, but the thing about Dragon Ball characters are that they're so simple, most of them, that they're so hard to draw. If anything goes wrong, it just stops looking like a character. That's the same with most Sonic characters. If you get any proportions or details wrong, it doesn't look like the character anymore. Piccolo is Siccolo, yeah. Everyone loves Piccolo. I don't think you can watch or read Dragon Ball and dislike Piccolo. He's so good. Already feeling the stress because difficult to draw characters I like. We won't have a utopia until we decide to build those huge dome cylinder buildings that the DBZ world has a bunch of. Yeah! And we need the Dragon Ball cars. Seriously. Get out of here with the Cybertrucks. I want the cool bikes and cars Bulma has. I want the hover car Yachirobe stole. What if Piccolo was purple? What? Okay. I don't know if you can see because I'm drawing kind of small. Less angles, more round. Yeah. The more I learn about Akira Toriyama, again, it's morbid to say, but I'm so glad I got into Dragon Ball only after he had died, because I'd have been so miserable, because I've fallen in love with his work so much. And the more I learn about him, the more I respect him as an artist. It's so cool. What weird emotes in chat. Oh, Conman, nice to see you here. Right, you're making a Piccon joke. We will get to Piccon when we watch the full Dragon Ball Z experience. We'll stick to Kai for now. Since it's going to be easier to tell what was added after we've seen the version that's closer to the manga first. See, okay, so thing about Piccolo is that he has those big brows and no aoi brows, which is a trope Toriyama uses a lot. And it's fine with Piccolo, but I'm not used to drawing characters where the brows or eyebrows are glued to the top of their top eyelids. Also, I draw much longer faces. I talk about this every time, but I draw much longer faces than what Toriyama draws. So that makes it difficult to get some characters looking right. Piccolo is kinda older, so it's fine if he has a slightly longer face, though, I feel. I have to draw the facial features to fit the head, so I can draw the body. You've been lurking? Yeah, lurking's fine. I love lurkers, I always lurk in streams. I never talk in streams except Price stream or some basically. So yeah, because I've been gotten obsessed with Dragon Ball, needless to say, I've been studying Toriyama's work and the various Dragon Ball art styles and character designs and everything a lot. It's been really interesting, trying to absorb all that good knowledge. Trying to figure out how to draw characters is fun because their designs change in more and less subtle ways in different versions over time. This face looks fucked up. The nose doesn't look long enough. Most Dragon Ball characters have a pointed chin, but I like a bit more variety. Okay, a quick check to make sure the skull is big enough. Yeah. Neck. The ears should be more pointed up, not to the side that much. the slug antenna. That points up too much. There we go. I promised to talk about Vegeta's neck and Goku Black's arms on Blue Sky, so I'm going to do that now since I'm drawing Piccolo and I can't contain myself no more. I'm going to go full freak now. So, I think I talked about this to some of my friends on Discord, but Goku Black's arms are actually a thing. There's an interesting factoid about those. So, obviously Akira Toriyama's art style changed over time. And if you compare his art from Dragon Ball Z, or the end of Dragon Ball manga, how he drew Goku, compare it to his official character sheet for Goku Black. Look at the arms. You can see it in Dragon Ball Super anime, which had different artist teams working on it. Goku Black's arms are really slender compared to Goku's arms, and I think it's funny. Because technically that should just be Goku, but the arms are so much more slender. If you twist your brain around, it does kinda make sense. But like, the main reason is that I think that Toriyama's official character model is so much more slender because his art style has evolved over time. His art style just is, he draws characters more slender now than he used to. And I think that's just a little funny, especially when you look at the Dragon Ball Super manga, which is drawn by Toyotaro, who trained to imitate his style from the original Dragon Ball manga and Z days. So Goku Black in Toyotaro's manga is way bulkier than in Toriyama's art or the Super anime. Just go look at the pictures, you can see the difference, it's so funny to me. And that makes the bulkier DBS manga Goku Black look strange to me. The neck isn't big enough. Let's see, let's make him tall enough. 1 head, 2 head, 3 head, 4 head. I usually draw my characters like in the realm of 5 to 7 heads, usually around 6 heads. It's a bit short, you know, the typical Western standard is that you're always taught to draw characters like 8 heads tall, but I usually draw them shorter comparatively. It's true though about Goku Black's arms. Yeah, it's true! It's so funny. Also, like, look at Frost's official design sheet by Akira Toriyama. He is very slender. Let's draw him with crossed arms, even though I can't draw crossed arms. Oh no, I can't fit his shoulder thing properly. I always do this. Why did I draw the antenna when I was going to draw the turban? Oh well. Just pretend the antenna isn't there. Okay, so I've been doing a lot of anatomy studies lately because, like I've said, I see a lot of flaws in my art currently. I've been using this book a lot because it actually has Dynamic Anatomy by Bern Hogarth revised and expanded. I've had this book for forever. It's really good with muscles specifically. Let's find a quick how to demonstrate. Yeah. There's a lot of really detailed graphs and illustrations of different muscles and muscle structure, so that's what I've been focusing on lately. Learning about muscles, because that's a severe lack in my skills. Erkan reason Vegeta pointed out to Black that he stole Goku's body and doesn't know how to use it, his arm atrophy, and presumably his legs, because Black didn't put it in effort to keep up the bulk. Like, yeah, like I said, if you twist your brain around, it just kinda makes sense in context that Goku Black would be more slender. Pro took over the body but didn't put it to work to maintain it. Just thought he'd get all the good shit for free. Massive spoilers, but like... I've had brain blasts about how different muscles work and connect to each other lately, but I'm still struggling with like the clavis area and how the shoulders and pectoral muscles connect to each other is a bit difficult for me. Also the traps and the upper back muscles, it's hard. And then the hip bone structure and how much hip to draw in different body types is a bit difficult, and the bane of my existence has been thigh muscles. I've spent hours watching like videos on YouTube of like male gymnasts and like weightlifters to observe realistic thigh muscles, because often in art and photos you see like gym bro muscles and those dehydrated superhero muscles, and Dragon Ball veers into that dehydrated gym muscle look somewhat. It's not as bad as a lot of Western comics, but it's still to a point where I think these muscles don't make sense for a lot of the characters, so I've been trying to learn about realistic muscles. Hard work. Not a lot of male athletes have like small pants enough where you could observe the thighs in action. If that makes sense, they're usually covered up. Sauna time for me. Have a good sweat. But yeah, thigh muscles have been a big weakness for me. I'm getting there. I've started to understand how to draw thighs, but I know the theory better than the practice. Okay, let's try to draw the... Here's the sides, here's the abdomen. Here's the... hip should be here. I'm starting to stress out. You know, Piccolo has baggy clothes, so it's fine. They cover up everything, but... Okay, so... I really don't care to perpetuate the dehydrated mega muscle beauty standard look in my own art, unless it's intended for a character, you know? And lastly, the footsies. His toes don't fit! His toes don't fit! Oh no! Who think Piccolo has baggy clothes? Yeah. Would you say it is a Piccolo type character? Yes. Hit is the Piccolo of Universe 6. They're both Piccolo technically. Speaking of Dragon Ball. So Piccolo's age, he's both really young and really old. And Hit is really old, so that matches. He's tall, he has mystical powers, and he's powerful with technique and not pure raw strength. And he's like a team dad during the Tournament of Power, even though he has a very solitary nature. He's definitely the Piccolo of Universe 6. And he also has a friendly rivalry relationship with Goku. I kinda messed up the shapes here, but these are just doodles. I don't know why I'm taking it so seriously. if Piccolo was purple. Okay, so here's the belt. I'm going to need to pull up a Piccolo ref soon. The baggy pants. He has like little elf shoes. There's a little bit of visible ankle. Dragon Ball has taken my brain so completely over. I was trying to think about Batman the other day, and it was so hard. I just wanted to think about Dragon Ball. So funny. I still like Batman, but there's not a lot going on with it currently. Trying to get new interests. I was born to love Dragon Ball. Bore chat with by talking about Dragon Ball and nothing else. Okay, now I need to pull up the reference because I don't remember the exact details. Besides this. Yeah. Piccolo is so cool. If I Google, well, I'm using DuckDuckGo on my phone. If I search Piccolo, what do I get first? I did get Piccolo from Dragon Ball before a flute. Here's pretty good picture of Piccolo to use as not enough armor. There we go. Sorry you made me watch your dumb playthrough of Kakarot. Don't be sorry, it was the best thing that happened to me all year last year probably. Well, not the best thing, one of the best things. It's no exaggeration to say that Batman and Riddler in particular got me through my 20s. Dragon Ball is going to get me through my 30s. I needed Dragon Ball in my life. Quick check about his cape before I... well, now I lost my reference. I can't do anything with my phone, I'm so old. Okay, so here's how the cloth went. I forgot where the cape hangs from. Like I said, I was born to love Dragon Ball. It reminds me of so much of everything I've loved since I was a kid, like Sonic, for example. You're playing the new Oblivion remake? Yeah. I've seen a lot of people play it and talk about it and be excited about it. I don't think people should be buying it currently, but let's not go ham on politics. Wait a moment. Yeah, okay, the turban is covering his forehead too much, but okay, we'll just deal with it. The ears are too small. Now I'm seeing all my mistakes and getting stressed out. It's amazing how much Toriyama DNA is in a lot of our favorite media. Yeah, he was a revolutionary artist. You want to buy Expedition 33? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talk about that too. It's a French-like space opera RPG thing, alright? Not my kind of thing, but I'm always happy to see, like, new games, new IPs, and even new studios, like, put out the bangers. People seem to really enjoy Expedition 33. There's been a lot of like big game releases recently, like Blueprints and I forget the game's name, but the collaborative project by the Zero Escape and Danganronpa guys that came out. There's a lot of indie games I'm personally interested in that are smaller, but those are big things I've seen people talk about lately. I think these guys also put out a new RPG, but like apparently no games are selling currently because of the Oblivion remake, which is kind of sad. Your pickle is good. Thank you. I'm so stressed out. Why did maybe I chose a bad time for an art doodle stream, but I wanted to do a doodle stream again, but I'm feeling currently really insecure about my art. Something that's difficult for me to replicate about Toriyama's designs or artwork are the really tiny pupils. I kinda draw these weird snake-slit eyes for Piccolo to try to emulate that myself. I think he needs more chin. He needs more neck too. Okay, then the collar thingy. I promised to talk about Vegeta's neck too, didn't I? So yeah, like I said, the Toriyama's art style changed over time while he was working on Dragon Ball and before that and since. So Vegeta's neck, there's so many memes about how Vegeta looks like in Dragon Ball Super anime. I can't identify and don't know all the main artists and art directors in Dragon Ball animes yet. I do recognize the different styles, but I don't know them by name, sadly, the artists. Vegeta's neck and overall his design in Dragon Ball Super is kinda insane. I know that specific artist's designs that are used in like the bumpers and theme song in Dragon Ball Z Kai and Super, it's not popular. I can understand why. I tolerate it much better than most people. I love Dragon Ball Super even though it doesn't look great. But Vegeta's neck thing, it's insane. He started out in Dragon Ball with the tiny scringly neck. It got bigger pretty quickly, not too big, but then in Android Arc, depending on the anime artist and episode, his neck drastically changes sizes. It looks like that in the manga, Toriyama purposefully gave Vegeta a bigger neck after he spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. I'm going to do close observation on Vegeta's neck training when I get to read the manga. We're looking to buy the full Finnish release, the old one. So that's going to be interesting because, and now in the Buu arc, at the start of it, Vegeta's neck is like a very fitting normal size for him, again smaller than at the end of Android Saga. I'm curious to see if that applies in the manga as well, or if that's a byproduct of the different anime artists and art directors. I'm expecting his neck to expand towards the end of Buu Saga again. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't know why his neck specifically is so, like, visibly size changing. I know Goku's neck changes sizes too, but it's so, you just see it so well with Vegeta in particular. It's funny. During the Android arc there was the art director who drew really detailed like eyes for characters. That was interesting. There was also an art director who had really great smooth animations in the episodes, but the characters had like weird expressions. I do need to do some research so I can like separate the different artists from each other. Back in the day, people weren't like insane about animation consistency. Like, I know that it's important to have consistency, but the level of consistency in animation we have these days is almost restrictive to me. I know Steven Universe, it's not new anymore, but I know it made a point of giving like artistic freedom to each episode's art director, and I think that's cool. And of course with a shorter series you probably don't change directors drastically from episode to episode. Maybe part of the reason is that the so-called death of like the 24 episode season, we don't get that for a lot of animated shows nowadays. already getting hoarse. I went out to buy ice cream and it's so dusty and polleny outside that I got hoarse from that already. I remember as a kid when in some shows some episodes were great looking and some were ungo. Yeah, like I understand the want for consistency, but I think there's a charm in that too. Like we watched Batman the Animated Series, we rewatched that a lot. Different episodes definitely look much better and some look much worse. Moomin Anime 2 from the 90s, yeah. We used to call some of the episodes like there's a Finnish word we invented for it, but we called them like shoddy episodes because as kids too we could tell that the animation quality was much lower and there were a lot of mistakes, animation errors and whatnot in specific episodes. And in the earlier episodes the animation was much smoother and the characters looked very different compared to how they look in the later episodes. It's interesting to look at and stuff like that and analyze it. I enjoy it. I think I didn't draw Piccolo bulky enough, but I haven't drawn Piccolo enough to figure out how exactly I want to draw him. I think Piccolo shouldn't be the bulkiest character. It doesn't entirely make sense for him, besides his transformations are all about adding some raw strength on top of his like technique and smarts, which makes sense to me. So a bigger contrast there makes sense. Oh, some music from Hades. I've never actually played Hades, I own it, but I just... I'm going to get lynched for saying that I think Hades is the least interesting Supergiants game. With Batman the Animated Series, you think most people were skeptical about episodes animated by AKOM. Yeah, I've read about the different studios that animated it, but I forget the names. I do know that the Rise of the Samurai, or what was it called? The Day of the Samurai, the second episode where Bruce goes to Japan. That's like, the animation is kind of smooth, but it's so wonky and the characters look really weird in that episode. And also the Terrible Trio, one of my favorite underrated episodes, but the animation and art quality in that episode is not great. Yeah, Day of the Samurai, that was the episode. The best looking Batman the Animated Series episode, in my opinion, no contest, is Harley's Holiday. It's almost like movie quality animation in my opinion, it looks absolutely gorgeous. Especially like the car scenes, like the cars look amazing in it, and Harley is super expressive and so is Veronica. And it also has an unusually cute Bruce. I think I talked about this in a stream before, but they made a new Finnish dub of Batman the Animated Series over on Netflix. I gotta watch that at some point, that's really fun. Sounded like the Finnish voice actors, even though there weren't many working on it. It sounded really high quality. I hope the actual dialogue translation is also good, because the acting sounded good. You also know them for their inconsistent animation quality on 80s Transformers episodes. No wonder they got fired from a show with higher standards. Yeah, I know Batman the Animated Series had really high standards. Oh yeah, Transformers from the 80s. I never got into Transformers. I remember seeing some episodes of it as a kid in elementary school. I don't know which Transformers it was. How old, how new. Probably the 80s one, because I think that at the time they were airing the 80s Turtles animation too, so probably an 80s Transformers show, but I never got into it. I was more into girly things. I just never been that into mecha stuff for some reason, even though I like robot characters. Weird. So, because the red things on his wrists and the things on the muscles here. see some of this here and some of this here. No need. Ironically, one of the shows that Acom still does reasonably well is The Simpsons. Well, I mean, with all due respect, I don't think The Simpsons is super challenging to animate for, since it's a sitcom. It doesn't have a lot of fleshed out. Well, like, I don't think a standard Simpsons episode has a lot of action, so to say, and the character designs aren't as realistic as in the Batman, for example, or as detailed as in Transformers, so I think that makes sense. The only thing related to 80s Transformers that you ever watched was the movie with Unicron. I don't know anything about that. That one requires a lot more work, yeah. Watching Dragon Ball Z, even though it's the Kai version, I was so impressed during the Android arc. I was just thinking about the animators who had to draw Perfect Cell, because he's an exceptionally difficult character to draw in Dragon Ball. He's really detailed, he has all those spots and really relatively rigid forms compared to the other characters. So I was just there staring at in awe at and thinking, wow, the animators who had to do this, they did so well for the most part. I'm looking for a purple, here we go. Speaking of older shows, I took a girly media. I took a break from watching movies because I got really nostalgic for an Australian teen show from my youth called H2O Just Add Water, and I found out that it was available on Netflix in Finland, and I use my parents' Netflix account. And so I watched that. It was a lot of fun. I remember it was aired in all 3 seasons here in Finland in back-to-back summers when I was young, on a summer show called Summeri as part of the programming there. Does anyone know the show in chat? Oh, you're struggling with the balance mod. That's unfortunate. You know H2O, Just Add Water. Yeah, it's an Australian show about 3 teenage girls who become mermaids and then they need to survive ordinary life and hide their magical mermaid powers. It's very much of its time, but in a good way for the most part, I think. I had a lot of fun rewatching it, even though the 3rd season is an unfortunate drop in quality. The first 2 seasons were a lot of fun, and the 3rd season isn't horrible, but my favorite character seriously regressed in it, which was a big shame. And I also feel like the main conflict and mystery of the 3rd season wasn't as interesting. I remember watching the occasional episode on it on TV when I was a kid. Yeah. I've been on a weird mermaid kick, like, I need to find more mermaid movies soon. I watched Splash, I watched Aquamarine. I'm going to watch Ponyo and Lou Over the Wall soon. But I think I'm going to run out of, like, good mermaid movies now. I don't think I know of any others. Obviously I've seen Disney's Little Mermaid and it's very good, and I've seen its sequels, and I actually like the Disney's straight to DVD Ariel prequel a lot better than many other people, and the sequel is bland but not awful. I don't want to watch the live action Ariel. Mermaids are cool. Shame they were likely just manatees seen by drunk sailors. You never know what the origins for those things are, but yeah, mermaids are cool. I prefer fairies. Fairies are my favorite pretty mythical beings, but I like mermaids a lot. If anyone in chat knows any other decent mermaid movies, let me know. Splash was weird. I know it's iconic, but it was an okay watch, but it was a lot of stuff about it that I really didn't enjoy. Aquamarine was actually really great. I was really impressed by Aquamarine. I expected it to be a basic noughties teen movie, but I thought it was actually really good. This Crash 4 music, yes. Oh, I know the Studio 4 Celsius, there's a new mermaid film coming out from them too. I'm going to watch that at some point. I forget what it's called, but the mermaid in it is like a fish head with legs more so than a pretty mermaid. It looks strange. I think I messed up the eye shape here a little bit, but I can't noodle on the details with this paper. It's the song you always think is Mario Party, but it's Crash after all. Yeah! There's another Japanese animated. Yeah, that Chao! Chao, that's the movie I was thinking about. Thank you, that's the name. It looks fun. Yeah, it looks weird and fun. It's not a mermaid movie, but like around New Year's I watched Children of the Sea by Studio 4 Celsius 2, I think. So yeah, like I said, I love aquatic creatures, I love underwater world, even though I can't swim. So I've been having a lot of fun watching water films. If you wanna watch a good coming-of-age story about teenage girls from the noughties, I definitely recommend Aquamarine. I was really impressed by it. Splash was like... it has a lot of bad 80s stuff in it. Like Tom Hanks or whoever was the main character, and the first 20 or so minutes of Splash were just Tom Hanks and the annoying nerd character who is unfunny in the film. They were just screaming, constantly screaming and yelling, and I absolutely hated that. The only characters I liked in Splash were the mermaid girl and the main character's brother, because he didn't show up a lot, he was actually decent. If he had shown up even 5 minutes more, I think he would have gotten annoying, but the parts he did show up in were decent. Really didn't care for Tom Hanks' character in Splash. Or the supposedly funny nerd character. But the underwater shots in that film were pretty cool. How to make interesting dialogue scream. I don't know if my mom is correct, but she says that a lot of 80s films are really chaotic and full of screaming and characters just running everywhere. And that definitely, at least for the beginning parts of Splash, that rang true. I have been having fun watching films from different eras and places. I have an Italian comedy film from recent years to watch soon called The Good Boss in English. I'm really excited to watch that because I have seen so few Italian films in my life. I like to watch more Finnish movies, but Finnish movies are so uninteresting to me, unfortunately. They're always just a war drama or historical drama, or... Finnish movies aren't very interesting overall, sadly. I don't need to watch Sisu, that's apparently good, but like that's the director who makes those Finnish international collaboration action films is like a standout. And obviously the Luottomies film was good, but that's like a tie-in to a show that I already like. I do want to watch the children's movie Pelle Hermanni 2 when it's available on a streaming service I can access. I'd say 2000s were the era where everything was loud and bombastic, but that's mostly an American movie trend. That is true. That is something that puts me off from a lot of American comedy films, especially from that era, is because all the screaming and chaos, it's very unpleasant to me. The action boom Hollywood figure out they can just film explosions and make money. It's genius! You don't know where, but all this talk of cool animated films gives you the urge to rewatch Imona. It's a cool animated film. Let me tell you about more cool animated films. I watched Arietti by Studio Ghibli the other week and I absolutely loved it. It was wonderful. I haven't seen that many Ghibli films, but I really loved Arietti. It really struck a chord with me with how small and intimate it was, and it was very fairy adjacent. The Finnish dub was very good. I really adored it. Yeah. It was really lovely. I had read that it's one of the more slow stakes Ghibli films, and I think that's just a-okay. Not all the films need to be about a commentary on real life wars like Howl's Moving Castle or about survival trauma like Grave of Fireflies or worries about society and things changing and forgetting traditions like Spirited Away. Ghibli got you into anime? I've never been like a Ghibli kid. I like Ghibli fine. Oh, I forgot to line his nose. But I haven't seen a lot of their films and I've talked about this, but I was so scared and traumatized by Spirited Away as a child that I've avoided the studio for years, and as part of my movie watching project I faced my fear and rewatched Spirited Away and absolutely loved it, so now I'm watching other Ghibli films too to catch up. I've missed so many. And Arietti was part of that. I need to watch Ponyo too because I've never seen it. And I want to watch Laputa. I've only seen 20 minutes of Laputa on TV as a kid, and I have never seen any Princess Mononoke. That's on my list too. I want to watch The Tale of Princess Kaguya, because apparently that's like really good. And I want to watch Whisper of the Heart. Those are on my list at least of the Ghibli films I haven't seen. Are you a Ghibli kid or a Disney adult? Points at you, I far too close. I saw people say with the disgusting Ghibli AI trend, I saw people say that Ghibli adults are just as bad as Disney adults, and I tend to agree. I mean, Disney has made great films and still can sometimes do something good, but Ghibli is just an artistically rich studio with very few misses and a lot of more integrity than Disney. But a lot of Ghibli fandom is just ignoring the message and themes and diluting it down to an pleasant aesthetic, you know? Yellow things and red just. You invented anime actually? Technically Disney is inadvertently responsible for the creation of anime. That is true. Osamu Tezuka, if I remember the name correctly, the father of anime, was inspired by the early Disney animated films, and then Disney also was later inspired by Osamu Tezuka and other anime artists. It's a dialogue. Art is a dialogue. I actually also watched Tezuka's old a 60s film of Leo the Jungle King, the White Lion. It was really interesting to watch such an old anime film. I think this Piccolo is fine enough. The English dub of Ariete is pretty good as well. Amy Poehler is shockingly fitting as Homily. I watched the Finnish dub, yeah. I read that Ariete has an UK and an US English dub. I think that's... Which dub are you talking about, the US or UK one? I don't know who Amy Poehler is, sadly. Gonna check. I have not missed any donation, that's a-okay. The dub you saw is US, okay. That's good. A good dub makes me happy. I've gotten really... Is this Kirby? Yes, this is Kirby. I've become really appreciative of good translation and dubbing recently as part of my deep dive into Dragon Ball, because I'm so pissed off at... No offense to any native English speakers in chat, but there's a lot of English speakers who are very much so used to everything being originally in English and made for English people and made in English. And their main introduction to media that is not originally English is anime or Korean manhwa nowadays, or games, but mainly anime, so Japanese media. And a lot of English speakers who don't understand anything about translation or localization only experience English media and anime or manga that's been translated from Japanese, and then they have the worst uninformed opinions about how things should be localized or translated, and it drives me nuts. I think every person who is not a native English speaker can relate to this on some level. Yeah, this is a great Rayman remix again from The Dreamer's Boundary. The Ariete UK dub is where Tom Holland got his start pre-Spider-Man of all places. That's really interesting! Was that his first acting role? I guess he voiced Shaw in it. That's a fun fact. The Finnish Ariete dub had an amazing voice actor called Antti L.J. Päkkönen, who is famous as the Finnish SpongeBob SquarePants, for example. He voiced Shaw, he was amazing. He can do comedy and drama, he's super versatile. I think I'm going to need a sip of water, I feel hoarse. Hi there, Lady Q. Oh yeah, another fun big from the US dub. Pod sharing a voice with Lego Batman of all people. Oh, Will Arnett! I know him best from as the Lego Masters host. What should we draw next? I know my sister suggested some Dragon Ball characters too. Oh! Young Goten! She wanted me to draw Young Goten in pajamas because there was a really cute scene in the early Boo Arc episodes where he was talking to Gohan about how cool his Saiyaman costume is, and he was wearing blue pajamas. Another amazing anime film I watched recently was Princess Arete. I forget the studio, was it also 4 Celsius? But Princess Arete, absolutely amazing anime film too, from 20 or so years ago. It was available for free on YouTube for a little while, so I jumped at the chance. One super interesting film in how purposely slow it was in the most interesting way. A lot of the theme of the film is about like waiting and stuff. It's hard to describe. If you have the chance, watch Princess Arete. Just be prepared that the film is very slow, but it ties into its themes and it's all purposeful. It was really engaging. Extremely little English media isn't made in England. It all goes through the cheapest line, which is some US localization film which only ever considers West US English for context. I couldn't tell you the amount of jokes I had to look up because everything was fitted to suit a very small portion of English speakers. Yeah, there's so many kinds of English and dialects of English too. I remember in school we were taught mostly British English, and then suddenly we were taught US English, and my English is just a mix of everything, and it's difficult when in different regions the same words mean different things. And I'm going to say British words like mental and sound like an idiot because I have the wrong accent. That reminds you of the US English dub of the Magic Roundabout movie. Remind me, I think I've heard this story before. I'm going to find a picture of Goten for reference while we talk about it, even though I know he's just a mini Goku at the start. I have this headcanon that the Goku haircut runs in the family and inadvertently is inherited by the second child in every family. Which means Bardock has an unknown older brother because Goku has an older brother with different hair and Goten has an older brother with different hair. That being said, Goten grows out his hair and loses the haircut when he's older, but I think my headcanon is pretty great. Strange film, a redub of a movie based on a redubbed version of a French stop-motion show. In the US it was named Doodle and it was just a chock full of pop culture reference. Oh yeah, that! Yeah, I remember now. I watched a YouTube video explaining this. I actually know the Magic Roundabout from a children's show that was shown here in Finland. I quite liked it. But I didn't know there was a film of it or that it was in French in origin. The best way to describe it is that it feels like a real-time fandub except not nearly as funny. Would you really prefer sounding like a stinking Brit though, where it's okay to make fun of them, their British accent? I don't know. I'm self-conscious about my not native English accent because I'm so used to seeing people on the internet call out other people for not having a natural sounding English accent. And I'm always afraid of people being mean to me on the internet, so... The screenplay for the US Magic Roundabout dub was written by Butch Hartman and produced by Harvey Winn. That's very unfortunate. There's a part where they make a joke about Star Trek fans smelling bad and a rabbit gets jolted awake and says, "What's up, Duck?" That's so strange. That's the sleepy rabbit, yeah. I know the character. That's so weird. That's the kind of writing we're dealing with. That's so interesting and weird. Maybe I should watch the film, the US dub, just for kicks. Because now I remember watching the video about it, like I said, and that it's really bad. Sometimes you need to watch bad media. I'm going to try to draw the little Goten. I'm not good at drawing children. Dragon Ball has a lot of really good child characters, which is fun. Technically small Goten should be easier than bigger Goten because I can draw his own hairstyle when he's older. What's this music from? Subnautica Below Zero, one of my favorite video game soundtracks. Ben Prunty is the composer indeed. The Magic Roundabout isn't really a great movie anyway. Your personal opinion is that it's alright. What other movies have I watched? I watched Cats Don't Dance. Cats Don't Dance was pretty okay. A bit fast. I hoped it would be more, but it was like fine for what it is, even though I didn't like the main character very much. Silver was cool. Dog's Life music, indeed. But yeah, it was animated nicely, and what's the villainess's name? Yeah, she was a total menace and maniac. Fantastic performance by the young voice actress for her. I also watched both the new and old Tom and Jerry movies. The old animated film where the "we've got to have money" meme comes from. Unfortunately, and I'm not going to tell you why, but you can guess, I watched the Tom and Jerry film in Hindi. I had no choice. It was an interesting experience. You're better off watching Doodle and the Blue Cat anyway for feature-length films based on the Magic Roundabout. That one more or less serves as a finale of sorts for both the English and French versions, but I think it's fine as a standalone thing too. I'll put that... I almost said a Finnish proverb in English in a weird way. I'll try to remember that. Best part of the song is when Dad comes in banging the pots and pans. Doodle and the Blue Cat, yeah. Doodle is the bitch dog character. Not literal bitch, as in he has a bitchy personality. You wonder how the "we've got to have money" line was translated. I don't know Hindi well enough to tell you. I would have liked to watch it in Finnish, but I had no choice. I watched the new live action and animated blend Tom and Jerry movie too, and I think I actually preferred that a little bit, even though like it wasn't an amazing film, but I kind of preferred it. It was okay. John Pluth's Titan AE is a good movie you need to rewatch eventually. Oh yeah, I might check that out. It doesn't seem really interesting to me based on what I know of it, because I'm actually super picky with sci-fi. When I see spaceship, I get bored usually. And Titan AE seems like it would not be interesting to me, but I might check it out. I'm so interested in animated films. Always interested in watching less known animated films. Just gotta draw a chibi face and hope it turns out alright. I'm always drawing characters looking to this side where they're not facing for some reason when I don't think about it. His nose is too big for a little baby boy, I think. Oh well. This does not look like a child. Oh my god, I hate it! What are you drawing now? I'm trying to draw a little Goten, but I hate this. Crossed over, let's try again. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't working out, it was bad. I'm going to draw a more side facing so I don't have to worry about symmetry so much. A little nose. The mouth higher up. I'm so stressed out about all of these drawings for some reason. Baby Trunks got killed. No, this is Goten. Did I say I'm drawing Trunks? I'm sorry. I'm all over the place today. I shouldn't have streamed. Everything was a huge mistake. Another animated film we watched, I might have talked about this last time, was Food Fight, and it's unironically a better watch than Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy is so bad, like Food Fight has some so bad it's good. And wow, this is so weird. How did this happen? Like, wonder to it. It's not like The Room great, but it's a pretty fun watch with your friends. Okay, this is much better. Did Food Fight get any other dubs besides English? I have no idea. This is Spyro 2. This music. From the final world level with the secret agent, I think. Okay, so Goku hair. Goku hair is hard to draw because I normally don't draw such stylized hair. I haven't quite figured out how to draw Goku hair well in my own style. Oh no, the hair is going to overlap with the other sketch. That's fine. Guys, Goten is so cute. I was worried he wouldn't have distinct personality. But he's so cute. He's definitely the sweet kid out of him and Trunks. Trunks is the instigator of trouble. Much better. I just need to draw a body that fits this head. You thought it was the monk level with the Yeti. No, it wasn't. There are not animated films, but two films I've absolutely loved in my movie project were Chicago and Moulin Rouge, both musicals. Moulin Rouge especially, I was absolutely in love with it. Chicago is fucking fantastic too, but I really loved Moulin Rouge, one of my favorite films I've watched out of the 49 I watched so far. But yeah, Chicago, no wonder it got all those rewards and accolades, it's really good. Goten is actually different from both Gohan and Goku as kids. Yeah, I shouldn't be so worried about Dragon Ball because it almost always surpasses my expectations. But there I was still worried about Goten. Currently I'm worried about GT, but like I said, I'm sure it's both worse and better than what people make it out to be. Okay, so Saiyan kids are really small in stature. We're going to draw him with oversized pajamas, so it doesn't have to be perfect. That arm is too long. I still think the face looks too old, but I just can't do better. Let's see, how tall is he? 1, 3... Okay, just over 3 heads is okay. This arm is too short. There we go. You think I'll enjoy GT for what it is, lots of oddball moments? I don't know! I have some very big worries about the latter half of GT in particular. I don't know. Like, I don't know the details about Tuffles as Super Baby, but from what little I know I've seen, and it doesn't look good. But we'll see. I am the insane Dragon Ball fan who... It's a bit too early to say, but I might see it. I think Dragon Ball Super might be my favorite of the animes. I know I'm going to get killed for that. The first person who's going to watch this VOD on YouTube is going to kill me for saying that Dragon Ball Super might be my favorite of the animes. Oh, music, indeed! It's not quite the same without the voiced lines from the boss fight, but... Oh yeah, this is going to get the VOD claimed, hopefully not blocked. But I just can't not include the Noesara No Straight Road soundtrack. There's a small hand. And now the oversized pajamas. You'll be sitting on NSR for way too long. I recommend playing it. Obviously I didn't play it myself, I watched Roy play it, but it was so cool and good. I love indie games. I hope the studio's next game is doing well. The development is going well. The soundtrack is addictive, yes. You're going to sauna, don't talk about anything fun until you're back. Okay. hope they bring back Mayday's VA for another role. She's amazing. I hope so too. Something like Geoff Keighley, video games, industry, bleh. But something fun about Summer Game Fest is all the smaller shows and indie shows that crop up around it. There's going to be so many this year, even more this year than ever before, and I'm really excited about all that. Something that makes me a weirdo again is that I actually think bare feet are easier to draw than shoes. Like, I'm not good at drawing bare feet, but I'm even worse at drawing shoes. And I see a lot of people say that bare feet are really difficult to draw. I find shoes way more difficult, personally. Oh, let's find a dark color for his hair. Maybe not black, I don't want to use black, so let's use a dark blue or dark purple or something. Van Dyke brown? Yeah, let's use a dark brown. Why not? Don't talk about anything. Bare feet. Apparently there was a bear attack encounter in Finland the other day. I heard about it in the news. No one got killed, but people got really scared at least. A bear just charged at a couple of people, which is quite unusual. I live by the coast, so bear sightings are quite rare by the shoreline. It would be cool to see a bear, but also really scary because, like, how are you going to see a bear? And there is no way where you can confidently stay safe when a bear is around. Like, they don't normally attack people, but also if it gets aggressive or something, there is no way where you can be certain to stay safe, so to say. Only bangers tonight so far with my sketches, thanks Rai. I'm not fishing for compliments, I've just been quite insecure about my art lately because, like I said, I see a lot of shortcomings currently and I need to spend time studying and training so I can learn the muscle memory and practical ways to address the shortcomings. This is Balan music, by the way. He still looks too old in my opinion, but I'm not sure what to do about it. Oh well. Pajama cotton. Is it pyjamas or pajamas? What's the difference? Someone who knows English in chat, tell me. You've been drawing a circle in the crowd is ineffective against a bear. Pajamas in English. Okay, in Finnish it's pyjama with a Y. If I ever encounter a bear, I don't know how or why I would, but I'm going to follow the guides in the Luottomies special episode that is about bears. There's a forest man who tells what to do if you encounter a bear, and like he explains, you can never be sure, but his guidance is actually like real and sounds pretty good. Make a loud sounds, loud noises, and if that doesn't help, get down on the ground, pretend to be dead. Protect your vital areas like your neck and stomach if you can, and whatever you do, don't start running. I've noticed in Dragon Ball, the people who got attacked recently also dropped on the ground and protected themselves and held their breaths. The bear went away shortly. Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to check if you're dead or alive, and because they have very powerful paws and long claws, they can hurt you when they check if you're alive. That's why you need to protect your vitals. If the loud sounds or don't scare it away. I don't know why I'm giving bear guidance, it just came to my mind. It's topical in Finland. Mama bears are the most dangerous, of course. What was I going to say? If I lived in Finnish, you'd always carry bear spray with me if I go outside. Depends on where you live if you need to do that. Like, where I live by the coast bears are very rare. I'm far more worried about running into boars. I'm not even afraid of wolves. Like, there's always wolf panic in Finland. People are so scared and polarized about... their opinions are so polarized about wolves, but I'm not worried about wolves. I'm worried about boars. And ticks. Ticks are my number one worry. If you see a mama bear with a cub, say your prayers, yeah. Is there a boar spray? I don't know. But boars live in packs, so you better have some ninja skills. What was I saying before I got distracted by bear talk? Oh yeah, something I've noticed in Dragon Ball is that, yeah, okay, originally in the first few DBZ episodes where Vegeta shows up, he has a strange color palette with like reddish hair and everything, but even after that got fixed, over the course of Dragon Ball Z, he has like dark brown highlights in his hair. Which is interesting, because in newer media he has grey highlights in his hair. I need to look at Toriyama's older illustrations to see if he originated that or not. But I like it, it gives him a bit of personality since all the Saiyans have black hair and a lot of Dragon Ball characters do have black hair. So I'm going to try to remember to give him use brown as a highlight color for his hair instead of grey or blue, which is what you usually tend to use for black haired characters. I do know that Toriyama had this thing where he forgot what color different characters are. I know he forgot what color Dodoria was, for example. Like, I think Dodoria was pink at first, and then he colored him yellow. And I was about to say her. I'm so deep into Dodoria is a woman headcanon. And it's not only Dragon Ball Z Abridged's fault. I genuinely thought Dodoria was a woman for 5 seconds when I first saw him, and then I learned about the Greek translation where he, Frieza, and Zarbon were all translated as women, which is funny. So I guess Dodoria is a woman to me. My brain wanted to say her so badly just now too. I feel like I'm misgendering Dodoria by saying he. You need to rethink your migration strategy. If it helps, I've never seen boars in the wild. I know they exist here where I live too, but I've never seen them live, and I don't think I've ever met a person who has talked about seeing boars either. They do exist and cause trouble, but people are far more worried about wolves for some reason. This is Absu music. I'm really excited about Giant Squid Studios' next game, Sword of the Sea. Can't wait to play it. I still haven't played the Pathless. I have it installed on my PC. Or my laptop rather, but I've been watching movies. I'm going to play it eventually. They better stay out of your potatoes, yeah. I do have 2 games. I'm going to hopefully be able to take some time off from work soon, and I do have 2 games to play for it. my physical copy of Neva by Studio Nomada, published by Devolver Digital, came in the first physical indie game I've ever bought. I'm so excited to play it on my Switch. And also, Infinity Nikki is coming on Steam soon. I think it releases on Steam in a couple of days, so I'm going to start playing that too at long last. I could have played this whole time, but I was too lazy to install the standalone launcher, you know. So I'm going to be playing those two things soon-ish, hopefully. I'm trying to think about any other interesting movies I watched. I did watch one Finnish movie. I was going to talk about this earlier, actually. The Finnish National Broadcasting Company's free streaming service Yle Areena. They had a 60s James Bond light film called Make Like a Thief, which was an American-Finnish collaboration. It had an American lead actor and the rest of the actors were Finnish, and most of the film was spoken in English. I really liked it for some weird reason. Like I said, it was kind of like an old Sean Connery Bond movie in a way. It was very glamorous and just plain fun. A bit of funny little spy thriller set in Finland some reason. I liked it a lot. Oh, I also watched Everything Everywhere All at Once on Yle Areena. Like, it's a good film. All the attention and awards and whatnot were well deserved, but it wasn't quite for me. I was kinda traumatized by the if you know hot dog stuff in the film, like so much so I could not eat hot dogs for like weeks after watching the film. And it was like, I'm too much of a basic bitch to appreciate like really weird media. So yeah, there's definitely that. But a well-made film with like a good story, made with real feelings and a lot of creativity, deserves all the attention even if the film wasn't for me. What was the actress called? I'm so embarrassed. What's her name? The main actress in Everything Everywhere All at Once. I love her, but what was her name? Why can't I remember? You thought the film was weird for weird's sake. Yeah. Oh, hi Banger, nice to see you here. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think the weirdness was intentional. Like, weird for weird's sake, I do agree with that to a degree, but I think the weird for weird's sake was intentional, if that makes sense, and I think the film would be lesser if it wasn't as weird, but also it wasn't quite for me. I don't know if I can quite explain what I mean. Michelle Yeoh, yes, I love Michelle Yeoh. I'm a big Michelle Yeoh fan. Yeah, one of your favorite movies, yeah. Oh, hi Nihilescent, nice to see you too. I finished drawing a small goten for my sister. Oh, that was so stressful though. I need to take a mini break before getting to the next doodle. Whew. Nice to see a lot of familiar faces dropping by this stream. Especially since this wasn't for a special occasion or anything, I just figured the other week that I should do a Doodle stream again. And then stuff happened and this has been a stressful week, so maybe it wasn't a great timing, but oh well. What other films have I been watching? I'm gonna pull up my film list actually. I have a list of the films I watched to keep track of the numbers. Oh yeah, I watched some Hollywood classics. I watched a film called The 7-Year Itch, starring Marilyn Monroe. It was interesting to watch because I know it has big pop culture relevance, that film, and is considered very iconic, but I didn't care for that film that much. It was in a weird, like, middle space for me, where I think it should have gone further or been more restrained. I didn't find the main characters pent-up sexual delusions super funny. I think he should have been more toned down, or 110% delusional and weird about it. You only have a mile-long list of films I need to watch. That's why I'm trying to watch 100 movies in a year, because my backlog got out of hand. I got annoyed with myself. You love weird stuff, things like Ena and Yumeniki have your favorite type of art direction, very abstract and full of variety. Yeah, I can respect that. Like I said, I'm a basic bitch, so it's not quite for me, but I definitely respect that, and I think it's great when artists are able to do what they want to do. Because especially in Hollywood nowadays, things tend to be so sanitized, so everything everywhere all at once feels like a film that was definitely made the way the duo writing and directing it wanted to make it, and I think that's awesome. I couldn't watch Rice Dream, the Ena Dream barbecue thing. It looked cool, but like for some reason all that really surreal and weird stuff makes me feel queasy for some reason, because I'm so weak, I guess. Humanity is quite cool, but also doesn't interest me super much. I think I might be more interested in Ib, I believe. I think Ib has a slightly more structured story to it, I think. Let's see. Another Hollywood classic I watched recently was The Barefoot Contessa. That was pretty okay. A very dramatic, glamorous film. Quite enjoyable in my opinion. I also watched A Passage to India. I had a terrible migraine while I watched it, but I thought the film was really cool and interesting, even regardless. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of stuff all over the place. Older and newer stuff. Also watched Wonka with my mom. I quite liked it. Oh, I watched Mean Girls! The 2000s classic. That was pretty fun. I quite enjoyed Mean Girls. There was a bit of a weirdness to it, where I think that if the film was made today, I would hope that they would be less weird about the main Mean Girls maybe eating disorder. That was kind of weird, but otherwise I thought it was really cool. You want to start rewatching Downton Abbey? Downton Abbey. I didn't watch it very devotedly. I watched some of it. I think my mom and sister really liked it. Downton Abbey was cool though. I have, like I said, I watched H2O. I do have some shows on my list to watch and rewatch. I've been having some, of course we're watching Dragon Ball currently, but I've been having some symptoms. I think I need a Fred injection, so I'm probably going to speedrun and rewatch Mystery Incorporated soon. Your daughter made you take her to watch the new Mean Girls when it was in cinema. That was a long 90 minutes. The new Mean Girls, the musical? Or what was it? Or did they remake it? Yeah, the musical. I watched a YouTube video about the musical in general. The theatrical musical version, I know the film was based on that, yeah. I think people have been very torn about it. It's the new musical version is weirdly sanitized compared to the original, and it doesn't quite work without the tooth of the original, the story, and apparently a lot of the songs aren't good. I haven't heard it myself. I don't think I'm interested. You'll be watching a lot of comedy movies to the point you realize that they have the same basic white background and red title. Yeah, the posters! I've heard about that. I also know there's been this phenomena of film and game posters featuring sci-fi and or action being all blue and orange, apparently. That being trending. I think it's funny when you notice art design and graphic design trends like that. The original is just so dang quotable. Yeah. Do feel free to let me know if there's any interesting movies, whether they're old or new, that you like or think people don't talk about enough. I might or might not watch them. I currently have things to watch on my list. I want to watch The Lawnmower Man with my brother, because the early CGI and Pierce Brosnan they seem appealing. We also want to watch both Tenesa Chinese animated films. I want to watch Song of the Sea and Secret of Kells, both by the same people that made Wolfwalkers, their earlier films. I haven't seen either yet, but I love Wolfwalkers. Did you catch the appearance from Elise's voice actress? I did! I was so delighted! Yes, she plays Gretchen. I loved that. I was so happy because I'm such a big Princess Elise apologist. Whenever I hear her voice anywhere, I get so excited. What other movies do I have on my list? I want to watch the Ukrainian animated fantasy film Mavka. That's on my list. I'm also trying to find a way to watch the French animated film. I believe it's by the same studio that produced Wakfu. It's a film called Princess Dragon. It's going to be hard to track down because I don't think it was ever released anywhere outside of France, but I'm not going to give up. I also want to watch the original The Thing from 80s. That's on my list. I think my mom recommended a cozy British film on Netflix to me, but I can't remember the name. I also want to watch more, I can't pronounce the name, Baz Luhrmann films, the Moulin Rouge director. I really liked his style, so I think I want to watch more films by him. And obviously more Ghibli stuff and more Studio 4 Celsius stuff. I do have Millennium Actors on my list. I hear that's like amazing, but I need to be in the right mental space for a film that's supposedly super emotional. I need to take a sip of water, I'm feeling so hoarse again. I'm going to check if there's been any requests. No, that's okay. I'm going to think of something to draw next for myself. I actually have an idea, but I think I'm going to draw something small before that. While I take a sip of water, feel free to suggest some small characters that could fit in this space. Miku? I drew Miku last time, she's not small. Baby Krillin. Mini Miku. What if I draw Corin? Corin is small. Anyone watched the animated French film Fantastic Planet? You remember watching the beginning like 2 years ago but never finished it. Fantastic Planet? That sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't say I know it. I've been listing a lot of animated films from all over the world lately in my bookmarks because I want to watch more different animated films. I'm gonna draw a little Corin here to fill in space. Here we go, there's a reference. Does Corin voice? Your Corin voice is so good. I'm so jealous, like obviously I'm not a man, so I can't do all the funny Dragon Ball character voices, but I'm so jealous of Rai's ability to do perfect impressions of almost any Dragon Ball character. Like, it's truly spectacular. Rai is so gifted with, like, his voice stuff. How about I use Cranberry? That's one of my favorite pencils out of this box, but I need to sharpen it. I could hypothetically learn to do a decent Frieza. But all I can do is pour And anyone who can go super high pitched can do Puar. Puar doesn't have a voice. It's also sound bites he hangs out with. Roy's just good with his voice, it's fun. I do Vegeta in... Here I go saying Vegeta in a Finnish way. I do Vegeta impressions when we watch, but it's not good. I'm going to try to hold myself back and not talk about Dragon Ball until Scoots gets back, because I promised to not talk about fun stuff before she gets back. What have you guys been playing lately? Anything interesting besides the big releases that have been coming out lately? Like Oblivion and Expedition 33 and Blueprints and stuff? Anything other than that? This is what you get with cheap pencils. This is annoying. You've been replaying Little Witch in the Woods. You've mostly been going back to old stuff. Little Witch in the Woods sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. I think I need to empty this sharpener soon. Deltarune was your gateway drug into RPGs. Wait, cutesy potion making and harvesting game. I think I know Little Witch in the Woods, but I can't quite picture it in my head. My gateway drug into RPGs was Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, even though the gameplay is more tactical. Been tinkering with Mega Man Maker and brainwashing yourself to play something you don't care for. Back from Sana and all warp up, that's good. I can go back into Dragon Ball all day, every day mode. Show me Goten. Yeah, here's Goten. In the oversized pajamas. I'm going to draw a little Corin here. Cute, thank you. I think it's fun that Toriyama based both Corin and Perus on his own cats. At different times, of course, but I think that's so cool. That's why Corin was dark in the original manga illustrations too, because his cat that he based Corin on was a dark bird cat. I think the body isn't big enough. But I'm not sure. Corin is a really fun side character. How many toes does he have? I think this reference picture from the anime looks like he has 3 toes, but that won't do. Cats have 5 toes. I'll draw him sitting, I guess. Does he have beans? I'm gonna draw him beans. There's at least a few indies you have to sit down and finish, like Anton Blast and Spirit Swap. Oh yeah, Spirit Swap looks so cool! I rarely play game demos, but I actually played the demo for Spirit Swap like a couple of years ago. I want to buy and play it. Beans! Tori should be fatter, I know! I think he's not fat enough. Guys, my siblings and I, we have the best but most incomprehensible Dragon Ball memes between us. And we got so many memes out of the Android arc, it's crazy. we Scoots like clipped every single part where Cell talks about beans. He keeps going about those beans towards the end of the Cell games. It's frigging funny. There's one especially bad bean line, but but my favorite I think is the one where he taunts Vegeta about magic beans. Cell is so funny. But the funniest Cell is Moist Cell, as in semi-perfect Cell, but semi-perfect isn't a real word. I call him Moist Cell so much so I forget nobody knows what Moist Cell is unless I specify. Just eat the goddamn senzu already. Yeah, that was Cell's energy. You're excited for this homebrew game on the Sega Mega Drive Genesis called ZPF. There is a demo on Steam right now and the sprite art is so good. That's interesting. I think it's so cool that people nowadays make games for like old consoles. Still. What I'm going to do with... I'm gonna put it beside it. And no, he's sitting. What am I going to do with his other hand? Middle Cell. I'm gonna put his paw here. There we go. And his hand here because he's sitting. I remember when I played Crash 4 so much, I got a permanent thumb injury. Your second most hyped indie game is Dungeon Gals. Really like the world and characters in that one. I remember I streaming the demo for that. Yeah, it seemed cool. I saw the dev post about it on Blue Sky recently too. Always rooting for indie games. Cats are difficult to draw, did you know that? I'm better at drawing weirder animals than like... The same thing as I can't draw conventionally attractive people, I don't think I'm very good at drawing like conventionally cute animals. Like cats or bunnies. You're sorry, Crash 4 injury? Yeah, I played so much Crash 4, I got a permanent strain injury on my thumb. It healed, but like my thumb is now more susceptible to new strain injuries than it used to be. I still love Crash 4 even though it hurt me. It was my own fault. I shouldn't have been trying to get speedrun medals in the game for like 6 hours straight with no breaks. His arm is a bit long here, but oh well. Eyebrows. Those look weird, but oh well. Oh yeah, you have Crash 4 now as well. No, you guys should play Crash 4, it's absolutely amazing. Just make sure that if you try to go for 106% or what was it, 104%? I think it was 106%. If you try to get absolute full completion, remember to take your breaks. You managed to get everything in the Insane Trilogy, Breath on Cortex and Twins and everything, so congrats! The Crash 4 canon event. I love Crash 4 so much. I didn't get the final cutscene in the game. I couldn't do all the... I only got the 104 or 2% cutscene. I could not get the final cutscene where you get everything. I couldn't get all the medals, speedrun medals. It was too much for me. But I'm still happy with what I got done. I enjoyed the game so much. I really loved the treasure. I know people don't like the treasure hunting aspect of it, and I know the game is quite bloated with inverted stages and whatnot, but I had so much fun. Oh, this Corin looks weird. Crash 4 is one of my favorite 3D platformer games of all time. Definitely play it. Just be careful about the full completion if you want to go for it. Underwater facility core? Kinda. You have Crash 4, but you never finished it. It's still super good. Normally you wouldn't have stressed yourself, but those costumes look fun and you want to unlock them. Yeah, I know how you feel. I talked about this a little bit in Rise chat. I had a mini meltdown about it, but I'm so sad that I didn't like Sonic Unleashed that much. Like, it's a perfectly good game. I understand why so many people love it, but all these years I thought that I missed out. But no, the angry teenage me who dropped Sonic because she hated how Unleashed looked was right. I didn't enjoy it that much. Maybe it's better that I didn't miss out then. There we go, little Corin. Corin good, thank you. Okay, a small break again, because now I want to unleash some Dragon Ball thoughts. And now is the good forum for it in my stream. He's a little kittenish. Didn't enjoy Unleashed as much either. Yeah, it's perfectly good, but it's not quite for me. Insta-kill traps in the stages annoy you a lot. Especially Painter Coco when you get to that point. You at least get to see the definitive experience with higher frame rate, smoother visuals, and of course Coco and Miku. That is true! Miku helped a lot with my enjoyment of Sonic Unleashed. But here... I'm going to talk about Dragon Ball. My sister and I found this. I think some Dragon Ball art books of Akira Toriyama's work were released in the 90s or something, but those are basically impossible to find nowadays. But we found Dragon Ball Super Broly film mini art book on eBay for a decent price. I wanna show it to you guys and talk about it because I'm so excited about this. And Dragon Ball Super Broly film is super good and has great art. And I've been overthinking the art styles in different Dragon Ball anime iterations, like I said. Like, people hate Super's art style. And I get it, I tolerate it quite well, I love Super. But compared to Broly film, it's really interesting. I'm going to, I don't know, write an essay when I watched everything and analyze why I think Super's art style isn't well liked and looks bad by comparison. Wait 30 seconds, what's happening? You're grabbing a cardigan, okay. But yeah, this was a limited edition mini art book released along with the Broly film. I'm really glad to add this to my art book collection. I have a lot of art books, I love them. I've been collecting art books since I was 13. Oh, thank you so much for the donation! I'm gonna see what you requested. Oh yeah, I'm going to draw that after I've talked about Dragon Ball. That's going to be a quick thing to draw. Thank you so much for the support. Scoots, do you have a cardigan already? So yeah, in case you didn't draw Dragon Ball Super Broly film, I think it was worked on at the same time as at least the latter half of Dragon Ball Super. It has a different art director and Toriyama was quite involved with it, I believe, because he wasn't entirely satisfied with Super Anime's look. And I think Broly film has really great character designs. I'm going to overanalyze why Super doesn't look that good compared to other stuff at some point, because it's fun and I think about the style stuff a lot. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to show this to you guys. It's in Japanese, of course, but if you have any interest in Dragon Ball or anime action movies, watch Dragon Ball Super Broly. It's really good. But yeah, these are so cute. These are also super good art references for me because this has character turnarounds. And I need to read all this stuff with Google Translate at some point. You really dig the Broly style. Me too. Broly is such a good film. I need to rewatch it again. Oh yeah, character designs. These are so useful. Actual turnarounds of the characters with great designs like Goku. Of course, these are pretty tiny pictures. I can see them just fine, but I don't know if you can see on the camera. But like, there's expression sheets, and I think it's really fun. Yes, and I think it's fun too how in this, thanks to these, you can really see the actual differences between Goku's transformations, which I think is cool because it's easy to miss the point in character design that the Super Saiyan God transformation is quite slender compared to the normal transformations, which I think is interesting. You want the Cuphead art book? Cuphead literally flipped the switch in your brain, so everything you make has a sort of Robert Hoss influence. I want them to. I think they released a separate art book for the Delicious Last Course too, right? Or am I misremembering? But I want the art book too. I haven't been able to add it to my collection, but I really want it. I love these expression sheets. You gotta stop cracking your wrist. Stop cracking your wrist. Oh, the Vegeta sheets. These are so fun. I love the Vegeta expressions. And this is a really good design for Vegeta. Like I talked about it before, Vegeta is a character who tends to look really weird and ugly easily. I think these are really good proportions and a really good build for Vegeta. Really good look for him. I like the winter coat look for him in the film. Vegeta music! And again, this is the only time we've seen Super Saiyan God Vegeta, and you can see his slender, his boots look smaller on him. I think that's such a good detail. Vegeta, please. Oh, the angry mini Vegeta. Oh yeah, the Friezas. Another thing, because Frieza is one of my favorites and I've studied him especially a lot. The thing about Frieza is that his design is immediately ruined if you get the details wrong and if you add too much detail. Frieza only ever looked good when drawn by Toriyama himself in Namek arc and in the DBZ anime in Namek arc. And in Dragon Ball Broly film they fixed his design. Otherwise Frieza has never looked good in the anime, which is a shame. They tend to ruin him with too much detail. Or they draw him too tall or otherwise mess up his body type. Love the expression sheet. Also I love the, like with the transformations. There's this thing that I think people don't realize about Golden Frieza is that he has very subtly different facial proportions with the mouth especially, and this is a great reference for that. And I also love the shrimp child Frieza in the film. So fucking funny. He's so small. Good screenshots here. Oh yeah, Broly. Oh my god, I dread the Broly films. This is Frieza music! I'm so afraid of the 90s Broly films when we're going to watch all the old Dragon Ball films. I'm so afraid of original Broly. It seems so bad and annoying, and I don't like the design. You think you've seen more Frieza parody characters than the original? Oh my god, my brain blasted so hard when I got into Dragon Ball and realized, wait, Mewtwo is Frieza? Wait, everything is Frieza? We'll have fun with it, yeah, but Toriyama fixed the Broly. Broly is actually good now. It reminds me of Disney's Tarzan in particular. This is a weird detail about me, but I really liked the cartoon, Disney cartoon about Tarzan associated with the films for some reason. Broly is a sweet character. I like his design, how he's taller and bigger than the other two Saiyans we have. It's a good trio now. Broly boost! And they did a good job with his transformations too, harkening back to the classic Broly madness design with how his hair goes. Power level maximum. I think Broly is difficult to draw, but I think he has really nice eyes, if that makes sense. Small Angie Broly. Another thing I like about this new Broly design is that they gave him a skin color that matches Paragos, his father, because even though he kinda gets whitewashed when he transforms, I don't know what that was about, but... Oh yeah, which one was this? Gogeta? The transformations are so weird. The fusions, I mean. People treat the fusions like separate characters, and I know the canon kinda treats the fusions like separate characters too, but it's just a bit weird to me. I guess I just don't like the Saiyan fusion characters because they're all cocky bastards and annoying. I need to close my curtains. I just realized my curtains are right here next to my desk. I'm gonna stretch out. There we go. It's starting to get dark outside. But yeah. Vegeta, it is whack because yeah, it's a fusion of Goku and Vegeta, so of course it's going to look both like a weird fusion of Goku and Vegeta, and it is a weird fusion of Goku and Vegeta. I think this is Gogeta's good. I think Vegito is the Gotara earring version, but I forget which is which. Oh, Bulma fits. Bulma lost her drip in Dragon Ball Super, let's be real. But I think it's a sign of the times that fashion has gotten worse. Dragon Ball had such good fashion, and I'm glad that in the films Bulma has great fashion again. I love this summer resort outfit and the warm overalls. I think highlighter yellow is a really good color on Bulma too. I'm not crazy about the haircut she's been having in all the modern media, but she looks great in this film. This Dog's Life song. I need to tell the deep lore before we continue with this. Dog's Life. Iconic, weird, licensed children's game. We had it as kids. We used to play in the game the level where this music plays. The city level where the train station is. In the first hub in the third world. There was a block of flats that you can climb on top of, and this level has this song. Why does it get weird? Like, what are these church bells and ethereal vibes about? Why does the song do this? So in the level, as kids, we used to climb to the top of the block of flats and jump down and play that the dog is committing suicide or something. So that's the deep lore, and it was inspired by this song, because this song is weird. Dog's Life, the game. Rai streamed it recently. It was all because of this weird song and why it does this. Like, it's all jolly guitar and good vibes, and then it does this. Why? Trunks had a really cute look in this film too, even though he barely appeared. Ulla. Virus. I'm not sure if this is the first version or not, where Berus has a darker nose, and I think it really suits him. You like that cow-licking Kid Trunks' hair? Yeah, me too. Whis looks the same as always. I forget if his shoes were always this big, but it's a funny look. Piccolo shows up in the field. Piccolo is always cool. Though they didn't fix his arm things until superhero film, they should be yellow. I know they've been pink for almost all of the anime's lifetime, but the pink is not good. I think I'm glad they finally fixed it to yellow in the newer stuff. One thing Toriyama did very well, good hairstyles. Wait, T-Dog's Life, the Plonker game? Yeah, it's a weird children's dog platforming game. We played that the dog would commit suicide off the top of the block of flats because the music was weird. One thing Toriyama did very well, good hairstyles. Yeah, for the most part. There's a couple of misses. I have not been able to figure out for sure whether Toriyama designed the hairstyles for Dragon Ball GT or not. But GT has horrible hairstyles for almost all the characters. But other than that, Toriyama had really great fashion and hair for characters. Sheila is such a good character, and I like Lemo too. It's interesting that there's a full character sheet of Lemo in the flashback scene at the start of the film, even though he appears in there for like 2 seconds and only from shoulders up. Lemo and Sheila are a really fun duo. There's Paragus. I'm a Berry Blue fan, big fan of Berry Blue. One of the best additions to Frieza lore in newer media. I really want to learn more about Berry Blue at some point. She's super interesting. I also think she's a very Moomin core character. Like, she reminds me of how humanoid characters are drawn in Moomins a lot with the face. Boss music while I'm talking about Dragon Ball. I also think it's interesting to see the Ikono younger and older, how they aged an alien character. I love art books for films and animated shows and movies and games. They're so interesting. I love character turnarounds and sheets. You can't remember which Dragon Ball characters have this style, but Ayla from Chrono Trigger has a type of fluffy hair that thinks is underrated nowadays. I like Paragus pink skirt. You read Paragus as Pingus? Yeah, Ayla from Chrono Trigger. She has similar hair to Lounge. Toriyama used to draw the big poofy hair for a lot of Dragon Ball characters in the early days, but then the 80s ended, so he stopped drawing poofy hair, which is a shame! Remember, 40% of the Broly film was scrapped because the publishers wanted the film to be a short length, so maybe someday the rest of the film will be released and we might see the use of these references. Yeah, I read about it. Scoots has been digging up a lot of translated interviews about Toriyama interviews and whatnot. I believe this original script for Broly was 3 hours long and they cut an hour from it, mainly from the flashback sequence at the start, but apparently other stuff too. Most of the cut content was about young Vegeta and Raditz, which is really interesting stuff, and I would love to see it one day, but yeah, we'll see. I do think I understand that a 3-hour-long Dragon Ball movie is probably a bit long, so I understand why it was cut down, but I would love to see more because the film is so good, and I love flashback stuff before this, about a time before the Saiyan genocide. I think it's really interesting and I hope we get to see more of it someday. Yeah, Lounge, you want to make characters that have that hair? Yeah, Lounge is cool. I understand why she was written out, but she's fun. I like Sonic, I like basically all Dragon Ball characters with a couple of exceptions like Oolong. Even all these guys have reference sheets even though they barely show up in the film. And King Cold got yassified big time in the film. That's so great. He's really difficult to draw, but this reference is very helpful. God, he has insane thighs. King Cold has like 6 minutes of screen time in Dragon Ball combined, but I eat all of it up, one of my favorite side characters for sure. I also have to point out that I think it's so funny that Broly film kind of gives us an idea of some of the villain character ages, and it sunk so many ships. Because all these guys, all these Frieza Force members were there before the Saiyan genocide and they were adults when Frieza himself was a small shrimp and confirmed in Japanese media to be a child, whatever that means. So I just think it's so funny how the shippers collectively went, Oh wait! King Vegeta got a better design here than in the Z flashbacks. There's... I know people are pissed off at this Bardock design. I know the Bardock with the red bandana is iconic. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I like the Bardock scenes in Broly film. Gine. Wait, Gine. Gine is cute. Here's some random side characters. And... and here's Nappa with hair, a traumatic experience. And little Raditz. Oh, Raditz, I understand why Raditz never showed up again, but I'm so sad about it at the same time. I'm sure... This is my headcanon, but I'm sure that Raditz could have become a good guy in like 3 weeks. It took Vegeta like 10 years to become a good guy. I think Raditz could have been convinced in 3 weeks. And here's Ba and these. And there's also background art. These are really cool too. I really like this scene from the start of the movie, in particular the daylight version and the twilight version. That's so cool. And the indoor plan for Gine's workstation is cool. I'm just talking about the cool art book right now. This is a really beautiful view, and here's a view of the Cyan planet. There's views of Wampa. The yellow sky color works really well for Wampa, makes it seem very inhospitable and like a disgusting place to be. Here's the resort with a trademark Toriyama round buildings. And the snowscape, I think it's cool that a lot of the Broly film is set in a snowscape, because like, yeah, Toriyama stuff always put the fight scenes in places with no buildings or people because it's easier to draw, but there's not a lot of cold or snowy places where stuff takes place in Dragon Ball, aside from Red Ribbon arc and some of the films, so it's cool to see some snowy mountains here. Oh yeah, the ship design and the seating and whatnot. I'm not even a background artist, but I just think this kind of stuff is so cool and interesting to look at, even though this is a mini art book. Oh yeah, the prop design, this is so fun too. I think these scouter designs are really helpful for drawing reference here. I think it's really cool. You like how some people have drawn Super Saiyan Nappa being still bald but with huge spiky golden beard? I think that's what they did officially in one of the games too, where he appears. They gave him a Super Saiyan form where he has a huge mustache and beard, and I love that. He should never have hair again. That's so much more fun. There's a cool sniper rifle. Some talk about the tech. Lost my place here, this slippery book. Attack balls being hauled in the film. The ships are called attack balls. Ships and stuff. Oh yeah, there's even prop designs for the water bottle Broly drinks from... I think this was Bulma's communicator. The stuff Bulma and Whis are eating, that's so cute. And the senzu beans. Do you think senzu beans taste good? Here's some posters. And photos of some of the crew and voice actors. And there's a big Goku balloon! No way, water bottle concept art, yeah! It's an important scene! I have read some pages of this with the help of a translator app. Of course, it's not as good as knowing Japanese, but it's helpful enough to get the gist across. So yeah, that's a little fun Art book tour. I would love to one day be able to track down some of the ancient Dragon Ball art books, but I really don't think that's going to happen. So this will do. The turnarounds are really good and helpful for me, and I love the film, so it's nice to own a little piece of memorabilia related to it. Now I'm going to draw Stoke's suggestion. I wonder if it would fit on the previous page. No, it's gonna fit here. Do you think that senzu beans taste like ass beans? What are ass beans? It's cause they give senzu beans a crunch. You imagine them as cashew. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't eat beans. Do beans crunch? Are there crunchy beans? Surely there have to be crunchy beans. Showing my uncultured Finnishness here, I'm not very familiar with beans. Okay, let's see. I'm going to use a pink. Okay, score. What time it is? 9:12. Yeah, that's fine. I'm hoping to go until 11, maybe a bit later. 11 my time. Basic as beans, not as beans! Oh my god, I misread that. Basic as beans. Yeah, maybe they taste like plain beans with a crunch. Crunchy beans, you just put them in hot water and they become mushy. See, I don't know bean lore. I only know that the basic beans Brits put on toast. I don't even know what beans those are. I hated them and I have never eaten them since, and those were mushy. I don't know if they're crunchy when they're raw. I also know the sweet beans Japanese people use, the red beans, but I don't know if they're crunchy or how they're prepared for confectionery. I don't know about beans. This looks like a Digitamamon at this point. A Digitamamon, but it's not. These are too close together. Guys, it's another rye egg. Red bean pastries are so good. Yeah, they're mushy and very good. I've never had a red bean pastry. I hope to pick up some via Blip or something one day. The return of rye egg. It's not even Easter anymore, but what kind of pattern should the egg have? More Unleashed music. Gonna give it some stripes. So like I said, we've been watching Dragon Ball, we're going to watch all of it. We're in the Boo arc in DBZ Kai currently, and it's been interesting. It's really annoying that the Kai version of the Boo arc has been cropped to fit a widescreen, so the top and bottom part of the original footage has been cropped out. It makes some shots really awkward, and there's a slightly weird color tint to it, but I do really, this might be blasphemous, but I really do like the new music that has been composed for the arc. And I was enjoying it quite a bit until the tournament went haywire, and currently we're at a really weird and boring spot where Goku, Gohan, Vegeta and Shin are descending down Babyd's challenge tower. It's really lame currently. I hope it gets better soon, but I do remember from watching the Kakarot game that Boo arc was far from my favorite part of Dragon Ball. It has good parts, but right now we're at a point where Shin says, "This green Space monster is the most fearsome thing in the universe! And Goku beat it in 3 minutes. Ryeg is a classic alt costume. Ryamanimon's special attack is Krungi Blast. Ryeg jamming to the music. You should get those sesame seed ball things filled with bean paste. I think mooncakes have. It's too sure. Those sound good. I like sesame seeds. Those sound really delicious. I try to keep that in mind. Some like Asian confectionery and whatnot isn't entirely easy to access in Finland. Headcanon that Shin doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, power scaling in Dragon Ball is insane, it's fine. Frieza comes back and proves he's one of the strongest in the universe, so it's fine. I just think that at this point in Buu arc, it's so fucking funny that Shin is freaking about some random ass space boogeyman. And like, what was that thing that Vegeta killed in 3 minutes? That weird elongated skunky creature? I think it was called Pui Pui. Yeah, that was so boring too. Dabura is fine. The Demon King Dabura with the red guy with the blue jumpsuit and the tall face and smug smile. Dabura is fine. They said that Dabura seems to be about as strong as Perfect Cell was, and that checks out. Like, I'm not a Dragon Ball power scale wanker. I hate the discussions Dragon Ball fans have about this character's power level is this and this character's power level is that, so based on this number being bigger than the other, they should always win. And how strong was this character at this point in time, and how would he fare in a fight against this character based on the power levels? That's so boring, one of the worst parts of the fandom. But it makes sense at this point to me that they would say that the Demon King is about as strong as Perfect Cell was, who was supposed to be the ultimate life form. That checks out. But them freaking about really random aliens supposedly being stronger enemies than anything they faced ever before, or about as strong as Cell or whatever, and they get killed immediately. And they don't even have interesting designs or lore or anything. Yeah, the point is to show that our main characters are super strong now, but it's so boring and weird and silly. Shin is a super god, he's out of touch with normal people and their strengths. You don't like power scaling, it literally depends on the writer and their bias towards the character. Yeah, power scaling is such a weird thing. And with Dragon Ball, it's kind of like you can't forever keep making characters that are the strongest in the universe. So I love Dragon Ball, but I kind of view it as like every arc the power levels reset, in a way, if that makes sense. And I'm not too fussed or concerned about it that chronologically the next villain is always stronger than the other, even if it seems silly, or like it doesn't make sense. Like, it's totally fine, it's totally fine. I'm just chilling and enjoying the funny characters and the funny fights and characters unlocking new abilities and transformations and whatnot. I don't take the power scaling so seriously, but it's really funny when they claim that a green blob is stronger than Cell was. Power scaling has made its way just generally into every fandom now, and it sucks. One thing I really hate is when power scalers try to pit two characters from different franchises against each other. Hey Mark, nice to see you again. Sonic Unleashed music, yeah, that's over sadly. Now we have Child of Light music. Yeah, power scaling is kind of just a natural side effect of a long-running series that focuses on fighting, like One Piece for example. But it does make some parts of the fandom very annoying, especially with Dragon Ball, since the characters gave numbers to powers. But Toriyama himself immediately, as soon as counters that read your power level, meaning how much energy you have, as soon as they were introduced, they were immediately like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, immediately Toriyama showed that this is just a one perspective and it doesn't say shit about the character's actual fighting skill or ability. Raditz lost the battle partially because he relied so heavily on the scouter, even though Goku has the ability to increase or decrease his energy. But a lot of fans just, this number bigger, this number smaller, hence this will win. Fights have so many Interesting fights have variables. Golden Frieza was technically much stronger when he first appeared than Goku at the time, but he fucked up his energy control, so he lost. That's what makes fights in fight-focused shows interesting. And I also find it annoying when people pit characters on different series against each other. Like, it can be fun, but the whole, I don't know, Mario versus Sonic or whatever craze, it's quite annoying to me. And would Goku or One Punch Man win? Of course, One Punch Man would win. That's the whole idea of One Punch Man. He wins every battle with one punch. There's no discussion here. I don't want you to... I find serious discussions about characters from completely different series, from completely different circumstances and of completely different kinds, seriously being pit against each other, quite annoying. I've talked about this before, but I'm not a big fan of crossovers overall for some reason. I'm just complaining about sweaty nerds on Reddit now. I always start complaining when I get too comfortable streaming. The second half of the super story only in the manga at the moment. The villains are strongest in the universe more, so they have strength that the heroes have never encountered. Yeah, Moro and the Heathers. I'm looking forward to reading those story arcs. Those things never work because both sides have people rooting for them, so it never ends in only one winning. Lol, they team up and beat up Eggman or some shit. Reminds you of stuff like Versus Battles Wiki, where some basic-ass characters are assigned godlike power levels just because they managed to once beat a stronger character in a very specific situation. Saitama and Goku would probably only fight for fun, not seriously. I dropped One Punch Man. I don't know Saitama well enough to say. But yeah, I can see them fight. They seem like easygoing guys. Why would they fight each other seriously unless it was to test their mettle? I'm taking too much time drawing the right egg, but it's fine. I remember people got so annoyed at Squirrel Girl when she first appeared in Marvel Comics because in her debut story, if I remember correctly, she defeated Doctor Doom, and people were like, no, this fat girl can't do that! She can defeat Doctor Doom! Doctor Doom is so strong and one of the best villains! Like, calm down. Squirrel Girl is a comedy character. It's fine. Strong enemies can lose. When you reduce a fight to just stats, outside of maybe some gameplay situations, it just makes stories boring. Oh, thank you so much for the support. I'm going to check who you are and your request soon. Pep, you opened a can of worms here. Everyone is out for blood. Now, they were already going to kill me because I said I think Dragon Ball Super might be my favorite of the animes. X beat Y, who beat C, therefore X will also beat C. Well, I would totally beat Goku. Maybe. New donation from Mark. Thank you so much. I think Squirrel Girl is a big red flag for you because she's precious and you love her. Yeah. I have never read a Squirrel Girl story, but I think she seems cool. I kinda don't pay much attention to Marvel nowadays, but she seems cool. Seems like a very fun character. And her design in Marvel Rivals, or was it Rising? The Marvel PvP game that's trending currently. Squirrel Girl's design in that is really cool. She can start us with squirrels! Balan would go Kakakukatui and Goku would explode. He's going to go bothering King Kai again. King Kai is so funny, guys. I had no idea King Kai is as funny as he is. And I also didn't know he has the same voice actor as Goku. That's so funny. Bonjo Tui! Yeah, what does Balan say? Any Xenoblade Cross players in chat? I've never played Xenoblade Cross, but I have been listening to the OST ever since it first came out on Wii U. This is way too intense for art. What? Oh well. Go Gadget, kill Goku. Oh no. Fucking Inspector Gadget. What is this music and why does it go so hard? This is from Xenoblade Cross OST. I mean, it's written Xenoblade X. Currently playing through the definitive edition. Have you been enjoying it? The game seems really cool, but Xenoblade games are too big for me. I like Xenoblade Chronicles fine, but it was too big for me. 2 seems really lame. 3 seems fine. Cross seems cool, but too big for me. I think they added some stuff that they had to cut out or couldn't include in the original Wii U release into the definitive edition, and I think that's awesome, if true. You think Asterix could survive a punch from Saitama, but neither would want to fight each other? It's alright, it's a bit dated compared to 2 and 3, which came later. What a surprise, yeah, I can imagine that. God, this looks so silly. A proper eye egg. We all know the strongest character ever is Inspector Gadget. If you take it in a more light-hearted direction, I don't mind the pitting characters against each other, but I usually like to think about characters like interacting more casually, if that makes sense. I do like the thought that what would Goku do if he was in the back rooms. For some reason that makes me laugh so much, because I think Goku would survive in the back rooms. He would kill any monster there and save any people stuck there and just find a way out of the back rooms. He could instant transmission teleport out of the back rooms. We need to send Goku to the back rooms to save the people stuck there. Goku would be chugging so much almond water. True, if crossovers happen, why would everyone's first instinct to beat the crap out of each other? That's because it's the fantasy. There's always a misunderstanding in a crossover because the fantasy of pitting characters against each other is so appealing. There's currently the... I haven't read it because I don't care, but people have been enjoying the Sonic and Justice League crossover currently. I've seen some sick-ass panels of Shadow interacting with Batman or just being cool in it, and I think that's fun, but I still don't have any interest in reading it myself, but I'm glad people are enjoying it. That's the point of crossovers, they should be fun, even though they're not quite for me usually. Because I tend to get hung up on like logic and story stuff, and I take sides. Even if I like both things being crossed over, I can't help but take a side, and then I'm annoyed when the other series, even if I like it, invades on the other series I like. Which is definitely a personality flop specific to me. Do instant transmissions work to cross universes? We don't know in Dragon Ball itself if Goku could instant transmission between the universes, but he can travel between the living realm and the godly realm at least. So I think he could get out of the back rooms with it. Pulling down my curtains. Speaking of Xenoblade. Imagine if the characters in a crossover talked it out, but it would be boring if they didn't have a contrived misunderstanding and fight. One unfortunate thing about the definitive edition of Xenoblade Cross is that it is not a big... It's not that big of an upgrade, it's still 30 FPS, and those dimensions I'm playing it through Capture Card OBS apply upscaling inclination to get fake 4K 60 FPS. I understand, yeah. It is a Switch release after all, but I think it's, if nothing else, it's cool that the game is available outside of a Wii U. If Goku can't instant transmission between universes dimensions, then he likely couldn't use it to escape the backrooms. Depends. You want an example of that taking sides thing in a crossover? I played Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton, and while I enjoyed it, I was very much against Layton through my full playthrough and took Phoenix's side. I'm trying to think of other crossovers. Like Smash is I'm kind of immune to that in Smash because Smash is like a big fun event. Batman vs Superman, Alien vs Predator. Batman vs Superman is a shitty film, but I took Batman's side. Alien vs Predator I haven't seen. SpongeBob and Evangelion crossover could be cinema, I tell you! Jason vs Freddy, I haven't seen that. Recently saw Alien vs Predator, it actually kinda kicked ass. Oh, cool! Oh, is it Alien Day today? Happy Alien Today! Fuck Layton! Yeah, I was there! Going, why is Layton so smart all the time? They're making Phoenix dumber than he should be for the sake of Layton looking cooler. I like Layton, but I was like, when I played it. I'm trying to think of other examples. Honestly, fuck Layton. That's a Dragon Ball meme between me and my siblings. Yeah, seriously though, fuck Layton, you're both quoting it. Getting the robot sponge. I'm trying to think of other crossovers that made me feel like that. Oh, usually, again, this is a me-specific thing, but when I play an indie game and it gets DLC or something where a indie character from another game comes visiting, even if it's a character I love, I get angry and I want them to remove themselves from my game. Now I'm going to check your request, Mark. Thanks again so much for supporting me, it means a lot. I'm gonna see the message on coffee. I think I remember seeing some crossover episodes on like Disney Channel or something where I got really pissed off at the characters too. Doodle, one of your characters. I normally don't do OC requests here, but I'm going to make an exception because I know you quite well and I know your character style. I'm going to do a quick doodle of this. I hope it's okay that it's not going to be super serious. I'm going to send this to myself on Discord so I have the reference accessible on my phone. This is a friendly relationship bias, taking as exception and drawing someone's OC, but it's going to be really quick. So much for suggesting that I make a Scoop Kick Annalyn crossover. I would take Scoop Kick's side. It's totally my self-personality flaw. Oh my god, this is again so stupid. Like, I don't care for Pizza Tower. It's fine if you like Pizza Tower. I just don't care for it. But when I saw Peppino screenshot in Rift of the Necrodancer, I haven't even played Rift of the Necrodancer. I might want to play it at some point. I like the art style. But I got so pissed off. I was like, get Peppino the hell out of here. What are you doing in this game? It's not like Peppino forcibly inserted himself into the game. The devs totally... It was a friendly, like, agreement to put the character in the game because indie developers like doing crossovers and supporting other indies, and that's great, but I was so annoyed. For no reason, I had no stake in that. What's your character called, Mark? To be honest, you related Pep with taking sides. Why Miss Cream and Annalyn would fight? My game earned more money in the arcades than you. No, mine did. Miss Cream has an infinite power level. Rogue. Oh, that's cool. You just had a thought of a crossover you didn't mind the idea of. It came from the same franchise, so I don't know if it was good cause. Yu-Gi-Oh! Bonds Beyond Time movie took 3 protagonists taking on one villain who was too strong for any of them to beat alone. I feel like if there is a gigantic threat, it overshadows the forced union of characters. What is Annalyn? Looks like Mario Bros. On the arcade. Annalyn is an indie arcade-inspired game that takes some interesting cues from Pac-Man, but it's a 2D platformer. It's cool! Check it out! Yeah, Pac-Man but side-scroller. Some games like Dave the Diver, which you still know nothing about, has some really whack-ass wild crosswords. Oh yeah! This is the exception to the rule. I want to play Dave the Diver's Ichiban DLC now because I love Ichiban. I haven't played Dave the Diver yet, but it looks really cool. And the thought of Ichiban in it is just so fun to me. That's a crossover I'm itching to play. The exception to the rule. You saw the reference art Mark sent you and you're excited. Yeah, this is what the character looks like. I'm going to do my best. Object head characters are fun. I'm so stuck on making just the boring humanoid characters and I don't even have any cool OC lore, but object head characters are cool. Shadow Game has such good music. Oh, there's a separate hat reference, that's very good. Somehow David the Diver got a crossover with Guilty Gear of all things. People don't realize that David the Diver is not an indie game. It's by Nexon? What's the company called? Nexus? Something like that. It's a small game by a big company and people confuse it for an indie. Nexon, I think it's Nexon, yeah. I think more big companies should do more smaller games. I'm doing the thing again where the character is looking to the other direction where they're facing because I can't help myself. I actually have a bunch of OCs, but they're not very fleshed out and I never draw them and stuff. Sometimes I feel like a poser or a really boring person because there's so many quote-unquote relatable artist memes about people obsessing over OCs and loving other people's OCs, and I think that's awesome. I like my OCs too, but like I obsess about my headcanons about media I like. I'm far less creative and so much more basic. I just can't write. I don't have the writing chops to flesh out my OCs, even though I like to draw them a lot to myself. Mostly I draw them to myself. Godzilla as well, which I remember right is very strict about that kind of stuff. You thought for the longest time that Dave the Diver was indie. Yeah, it's easy to think that based on preconceived notions, based on the scope and art style of the game. Godzilla, which is the owner? Toei? I think Toei has been slightly looser with Godzilla stuff in recent years, so that's maybe why how the crossover happened. Not super loose, but slightly looser. Someone should bring you chocolate since you're under Kumo. Everyone experiences the OC brain rot in a different way, and that's fine. That's nice of you to say. It's not boring or less creative. Toho musta sillä, yeah. I should watch a Godzilla movie, one of the old ones. Could be fun. Yeah, I get really invested in my headcanons of media. I like for the longest time it was Batman. My Batman headcanon stuff is so fleshed out, I could just change a few names and details and it would be fully original and no one would know, but I think that for me it's like a hobby thing. All that headcanoning stuff, fanfic writing and fan art writing. Whereas my OCs are intrinsically tied to my career and job in a different way when it's fun or it's just all pure fun, if that makes sense. She's doing a pose. 4 fingers. Godzilla vs. Mothra is so good. Oh yeah, Mothra looks beautiful. Hi Logie, nice to see you. Are you streaming today, Logie? I'm asking because I'm going to raid you when I finish if you're streaming when I'm finishing, if I remember. Really excited for more Split Fiction tomorrow. Hell yeah. Alright, I'll try to remember to raid you if you're live when I end. Thanks for stopping by. Split Fiction is so good. I've seen a lot of people complain about Split Fiction's writing online, like, that's fine, but I really like the characters in Split Fiction. I thought the news about Split Fiction's writing being cringe were heavily exaggerated. Your mileage may vary, of course, people have different tastes. And I know for sure that if something is a little annoying, it can feel overwhelmingly annoying to people. Like, I get super annoyed by humor I don't like in media, so I definitely get it, but I thought Split Fiction was really charming and really fun and really great. Split Fiction is so good. You're only on chapter 1, yeah. Oh, it gets so good. If I'm there when you get to the part, there's a point in Split Fiction where the developers revealed inadvertently that they're Swedish by including a detail only Nordic people would include in their game, and I think that's funny. I'll point it out if I'm there when you get to it. People have been brainwashed to hate every writing like that at face value and forget to look into the context and the vibe. You found the writing to be on the nose, but like you weren't mad about it or anything. You felt like it was just a typical YA writing style. Yeah, I've seen some people whose tastes I respect say that they really don't care for female main characters spending a lot of time bickering, and that's fair, and they took issue with the style, humor and stuff. And like, that's totally fine, but I think the game isn't as badly or cringily written that as a lot of people online might say. Oh, more Xenoblade music. I only got about halfway in Xenoblade Chronicles when I played it on the Wii. I enjoyed it, but it's too big for me. I have a soft spot for the game though. I recently learned that Cell's Japanese voice actor voices Metalface in Xenoblade Chronicles, so that's fun. I need to watch more Dragon Ball in Japanese. I've mainly been watching the Funimation English dubs. It helps that the moral of Split Fiction is very important nowadays. Yo, Metalface is so cool. You didn't take the bickering Split Fiction to be gendered. You see male characters also acting that way all the time. Yeah. I understand why people would take issue with it, but I personally didn't. I think it's a really awesome game. I'm getting so hoarse. I've been pollinated. It must be really fun to face characters like that. Yeah, I did actually play Xenoblade in Japanese when I played it originally, because at the time I didn't realize that it has a really high quality and unusually for an translated JRPG a British dub. I've heard the British dub since it is really great, but I did play it in Japanese. My siblings and I have nicknamed the Ocean dub of Dragon Ball Z the Freak dub, because all the clips we find about it online have the characters saying really weird lines. Or they have both weird voices. Like, there's a clip of what Shin sounds like in the Ocean dub, and he's so weird. Yeah, Ramble Prism's TV gal. It looks so cool, thank you. I'm trying to do a good job. Thankfully the design is relatively simple, so it's okay to draw fairly quickly. Even though simple designs can be hard to draw, but these proportions are relatively easy for me. It's like kind of Rouge the Bat proportions, but with big hips. Another opinion about Dragon Ball that's going to get me killed is that I don't really like Trunks' English Funimation voice actor. Like, it's fine, but it's kinda odd to me. I think it's weird. I think he could have used a different voice that would suit him better. No hate to the actor, I've heard him in a lot of stuff and he's really great. I just don't think it was a perfect fit for the character. Oh yeah, there's shoulders, there we go. Snow music is such a vibe. Oh, Tails music, I believe. Norio Wakamoto insert Sims 3 crazy face. Yasel's Japanese voice actor, he has a really great voice. Apparently he does a lot of monster voices, which is fun. I love voice actors, I'm sure I've talked about this before. I love voice actors and voice acting and the art of voice acting, and I love reading about voice actors and seeing what kind of stuff they voice. And I get very attracted to a lot of characters based on their vocal performance, if that makes sense, and I have voice crushes on specific actors because I love listening to their voices. But it's been really fun to explore all the voice actors in Dragon Ball. I'd love to do some fan casting for Finnish voices for Dragon Ball characters in my head too, but it's a bit difficult. I also had this weird thought about Dragon Ball characters and voices recently, and it hasn't left my head since, but Frieza famously has been voiced by a woman in English before he got the Chris Ayres as his voice, and then Daman Mills. So I was watching one of Joanna Lumley's travel shows. I love watching them, they're really good. And then I thought to myself, what if Joanna Lumley voiced Frieza? And that thought hasn't left my brain since. Xenoblade games take a lot of work to get through. You've spent hundreds of hours on those. You have won like 3 times. Understandable. I gave up at Mechonic's Path before I reached Agniratha. That's where I gave up. I just could not take the grind that I needed to do at that point. I heard Xenoblade games be described as MMORPG for single player, and I think that's pretty apt with the scale and size of the games. And the fight system too. I don't play MMORPGs, but when I see my dad play Guild Wars 2, it kinda reminds me of Xenoblade. I'm trying to remember if I had any other semi-cursed Dragon Ball voice actor thoughts. Goku should be voiced by that one guy that did like all anime protagonist male voices in like the 90s, or was it even earlier? In Finnish, you mean? Yeah, Xenoblade 2 has like a million characters because of the blade system. I can't imagine the specific voice you mean, Nihilescent, in my head. I think I know what you mean, but I can't picture the voice in my mind. Finnish Goku should be voiced by a woman. Kim Possible's Finnish voice actor. Mirjami Heikkinen, I believe. That's interesting. I need to imagine that. At least Kid Goku would... I think that would fit Kid Goku at least. Wait a minute. She voiced the main character in... Wait, what's the show called? The baby show about mushrooms. Musmus and the Mushlings, I think? Something like that. Musmus and the Shroomables. Anyway, a Belgian baby show about this mushroom fella and other mushroom fellas. I really liked it. And yeah, Mirjami Heikkinen voiced the main character in Finnish in it. She voiced the little boy character in it. I think that would be a really great Kid Goku voice, at least. Maybe even an adult Goku voice. That's a great shout out, Scoots. That's got me excited. This music is from Orient the Blind Forest or Orient the Will of the Wisps. One of those two. This was a joke, Scoots, but it would fit so well. It looks really good so far, thank you. Xenoblade 1 and X are kind of basic, but 2 and 3 make it a lot more interesting with some new mechanics that are introduced later in the story. Yeah, I read about both games and they seem very involved compared to my experience with Xenoblade 1. No, I'm dead serious, Mirjami Heikkinen would be a great Kid Goku. And Antti L.J. Päkkönen as in the Finnish SpongeBob SquarePants, he would be a great Krillin. I've been actually wanting to draw some reference sheets of my OCs for my portfolio. Maybe I should do that. I do have I've talked about this before, I repeat myself, I never have new topics to talk about, but I have fears concerning people drawing my original characters for some reason. Partially because on DeviantArt days people would constantly whitewash my characters. But I'm just a very fearful and paranoid person, I guess. I've also heard horror stories about people taking other people's OCs and like claiming them for their own in uncomfortable ways, making headcanons about other people's OCs and writing fanfic and stuff, and that's like weird. I also am overwhelmed by the amount of research I would need to write any original characters in a satisfactory way to myself because I'm a perfectionist. But I should still do some ref sheets of some of the fleshed out designs for my portfolio, if nothing else. I love this specific eye shape. I draw this a lot myself too, I really like it. Like an elegant curve with one eyelash, and then the iris is a dot or oval. Okay, there's the hat. Guys, do you have favorite voice actors? Obviously I have a lot of Finnish favorite voice actors. But otherwise, I'm a big fan of Tim Curry. Both as an actor and a voice actor, he's really great. I also really like Ben Whishaw, both as an actor and voice actor. I really enjoy his voice. What other voice actors do I like? Well, those are actors slash voice actors. I like the old guy who voices Al-An in Subnautica Below Zero very much. I like Dawn M. Bennett, voice actress. I forget her last name. Is it Erika Lindbeck? I like her. I really like Mela Lee. Adorable, thank you! You don't really have big favorites, but Greg Chan is fun. Also love this character, thank you. It's designed by Mark Ramble Prism. He's a really great artist. Check him out on Blue Sky. Okay, there's like lines on the fingers for every joint. And seams here. Oh yeah. This is about done now. Let's just add some color. I'm going to use black for this actually. Ah! I'm spilling pencils! You saw a glimpse of a meme in our server on your phone. I don't know what this is, what I shared it. Peter Cullen, he voices Optimus Prime, though since he's older and tries to voice other characters, they literally sound like Optimus Prime. Yeah, sometimes voice actors don't have great range, but they have a specific voice that fits a lot of different characters. What's his name? Zane Robinson or Robertson, who voices Hunter in The Owl House, and he was also in Dragon Ball Superhero as Gamma 2. He has a really great voice too. I'm excited to hear him in more things. And gotta shout out Lani Poator of Team 4 Star from Dragon Ball Z Abridged and other stuff. He's fantastic. He has incredible range and great comedic delivery. Also Takahata 101 from Team 4 Star Projects, he's also really great. I'm really impressed by a lot of the Funimation Dragon Ball voice actors too, with how many different characters they have, how much range with changing their voice they have. That's really cool. Oh yeah, and Colleen Oshogeshi, Tails' current voice actress, I love her too, she's one of my favorites. And I'm a pretty big fan of Robert Craig Smith, Sonic's current voice actor too. After learning about his range, he has a way more range than you'd think. And not all voice actors need to have crazy range, but I'm just easily impressed by people who can act naturally with many different voices without sounding overly cartoonish, unless that's the idea. Oh my god, it's still visible in the corner! I'm gonna put the phone here! There we go. Not because you love a ton of voice actors. Yeah, I know. Christina V. Oh, Christina V is so great. She's freaking Shantae. Yeah, Christina V is great. She also sings so well. You remember when Christina V was misspelled in the Miraculous Ladybug game? Yeah, they misspelled her name with 3 E's in the credits. That was amazing. One great moment was when you got to meet Jen Taylor, voice of Princess Peach, Cortana and Sunny Day from Backyard Baseball. Oh, that's fantastic! At a convention, right? That's so cool! She still voices Peach to this day, right? Oh, this song is so good! Sonic Frontiers has an awesome soundtrack. Very dramatic music for some doodles. Oh, you guys, this is yeah, now I remember the name. The Finnish actor who plays Ahti in Remedy's games, Martti Suosalo, he's actually a really great voice actor too, but obviously as a Finn I have the privilege of knowing about his voice work beyond just Ahti. But shout out to someone, a Finnish voice actor other people might know. He's great. Peach was swapped out with Samantha Kelly, but she's still Cortana. Also, you would be remiss not to bring up Tom Kenny, Rob Paulsen and Jim Cummings. Rob Paulsen sounds familiar, I can't quite place him right now. Tom Kenny, of course, I know, and Jim Cummings, I know. Jim Cummings is my favorite of those. The modern cast of Sonic is great, but you do feel like we should have a new cast, you know. I do agree to an extent, like, I really like Sonic's and Tails' current voice actors. And like, I don't have an issue with most of the voice actors. I've said that I'm not the biggest Kirk Thornton fan before. Like, and it's not, I have nothing against him personally, I just never thought he was quite the right sound for Shadow for my taste. And there's other current Sonic voice actors that I don't like for other reasons. But yeah, I do think that the Sonic cast could do with some refreshing. If not all characters, then maybe some at least. The Sonic Prime voice actors for the most part were really good in my opinion. But they're like Canadian TV show voice actors, so can't exactly put them in a game just like that. I'm not the biggest fan of Amy's current voice actress. She's great, but she sounds like too old for Amy in my opinion. Living in the city, just... The lyrics of this song are so silly. I'm trying to think of who you would know Rob best as. Do tell me any famous roles Rob Paulsen has done. Maybe I'll recognize some even if I don't know the voice. The name does sound familiar. Something I feel like people underestimate is that the importance of good voice direction too, because there's many Finnish voice actors that I love, but sometimes they just don't sound good, or sometimes they sound exceptionally good, and it's down to... There's a lot that goes down to voice direction. I actually can name some Finnish dubbing directors too, because I just love voice actors, and I've taken note that Karla Rindel and Markus Backman happen to direct a lot of well-dubbed media in Finland. Amy sometimes sounds like Minnie Mouse. Oh my god, they changed the Finnish voice for Minnie Mouse recently and I'm so sad about it. Kitty Kokko is fantastic as Minnie Mouse. I guess she hasn't been available for some reason, so they've had a new voice actor for her. She sounds a bit off in a weird way and I don't know what it's about. I noticed it when I watched they're not new anymore, but the 2D animated shows with stylized Mickey Mouse and cast that are like 5-minute long episodes. I watched all of those in Finnish. And I noticed that the Finnish voice got swapped out and it was sad. Kitty Kokkonen is so great. I do have some voice actors I hate too, but I'm not going to go on about this. There's voice actors I hate because they've been doing shitty stuff, but there's voice actors I hate because of their voices for no reason. They just annoy me, and there's voice actors that I don't like because I hate their voices and they've been doing shitty things. But I'm not going to air out that stuff right now. Let's use a bit of blue for saving. Probably Raphael from Ninja Turtles 87 who returned for shelters. Those Mickey shorts are great. Chris Pratt is the best VA! I don't have particular beef with Chris Pratt. He just, he's not the worst voice actor ever. I know there's some questionable politics stuff about Chris Pratt, but I'm not going to go into it now. But he just sounds so boring and bored. He's not the worst voice I've ever heard, but he sounds so boring. And I just don't think Chris Pratt is a good enough voice actor to justify the roles he's being cast in based on his skill. I'm sure he could improve. Many actors are great voice actors and actors, but I don't think he has what it takes to voice the big characters he's been cast as. The problem with Hollywood definitely is casting big actors in voice roles for the name recognition. Finland has a bit of that with movie dubbing as well, but not to the same extent, because Finland is so small of a country that our actors typically triple as theater, voice and TV/film actors all at the same time, and they might also be singers too. And you can definitely tell that a lot of Finnish voice actors especially double as theater actors, but there's a big crossover. Most Finnish big actors do theater on top of voice and or TV or movie work. A bit late, but speaking of Ahti, I was discussing with your brother just yesterday how wild it was hearing Smash Ultimate's team go into Sankarin Tango in the 2019 Game Awards Orchestra medley. Yeah, that's cool. Stomping. Koopas! Ryan, I watched the 90s live-action Super Mario Bros. Movie the other week. It was pretty interesting. I was really scared going into it that I would hate it, and like it wasn't the greatest thing ever or anything, but it was a pretty fun romp. It had a good pacing. It wasn't too long or too short. Who played King Koopa in that? Dennis Hopper? He was actually really great. It had the Batman 66 effect, where the actors played their silly roles and delivered their silly lines seriously, and that made it really funny. Like, removed from its original context in the 90s as a Mario adaptation, and disregarding the fact that the actors were treated really poorly, and I assume the rest of the production team was also treated really poorly, it's a pretty okay movie. There were actually some funny jokes too. You checked and proposed mostly voices in stuff we have watched in Finnish. Nickelodeon and some Disney Channel shows. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a movie you need to watch with friends, for sure. Ryan and I had fun. You know what I love about mud? It's clean and it's dirty at the same time. That is a good line. I love the plumber alert line, and I didn't know that the monkey was from that film. I forget what my favorite line why Koopa was in that film, but there was a line that I thought was really funny. Oh yeah, the pizza stuff! Where's my pizza? And then later he has the pizza. That was so random, but that was also really funny. You and your brother love that movie, it's so dumb. Bob Hoskins' Mario is a Chad. The weirdest thing about that movie to me genuinely was like that Mario and that Luigi. He was like Luigi's adoptive father, but they were brothers. Like, what was going on there? I thought the relationship was kind of weird. So yeah, there's Rogue for Mark. I actually saw Bob Hoskins in another movie I watched recently. Made-to-TV mini-film Stokeape linked to me, so I blame him. Called The Big Freeze from 90s, I believe Bob Hoskins was in that, played a plumber in that. It was actually filmed in Finland, interestingly. It was like a 40-something minute film, short film. It was funny because I could tell that all the actors besides the couple of main stars were Finnish by their accents. A bit of a weird watch. A curiosity, didn't think it was that funny, but it was pretty interesting to watch regardless. I'm glad you like it. You expected play the plonker. I mean, he was... The plumbers were plonkers. A little break before I think of something else to draw to fill in this page. I could draw something large here. I have an idea! I'm going to check I haven't missed anything. I haven't missed anything. I do have an idea for a character. You had a lot of weight taken off your mind now. Oh, that's good. Got momentarily distracted by a picture Scoot sent on the Discord server, but here I'm going to find a reference. Oh, one of your cats was ill and not eating. Are they better now? You managed to get her to eat some rice, that's good. I'm always so stressed out when anything is wrong with our cats. Tomo has had a cut on his belly, most likely from tussling with Kumo, like a tooth cut open a part of his belly. It wasn't too bad, but it was a bleeding wound that we've had to tend to make sure it doesn't get infected. You won't say she's better yet, she only ate the rice cause you mixed it with some cat yogurt. Still, it's okay, it's good that she's eating something to keep her strength up. I hope she gets better soon. Yeah, the good thing about Tomo is that he's super chill and relaxed, so you can easily treat him if he has wounds. Battle scars. The fact that she's eaten at all makes you feel loads better. Yeah, I understand that for sure. I'm going to draw something difficult and dynamic here. Let's see, which color pencil should I use for it? I seriously just left this Burnhole card anatomy book here, like I said before. Oh, did I hit the mic? I gotta do some studies copying the muscles structures from there to get better. I need to train my muscle memory to draw the muscles. Clown music. Clown music from Clonoa. If you know, you know. Stretching. Maybe next time when I do an art stream, I'm going to have a sketch at the ready and work on that for the full stream. I don't know if that would be interesting if I work on just one drawing for the whole time, but I think I should try that out at least. Would be interesting. Banger! Yeah. Clone! I'm gonna take a sip of water before I get drawing the next character. Depending on how long it takes, it might be the last one. Oh, I love Clonoa so much. Oh, I'm hitting my metal drawer. Leptio's laugh is stuck in your brain forever. Yeah, Leptio has such a cool voice and laugh. You know it's stuck in your brain when you know even the name. Oh wait, it says Leptio's Flower Crown on the screen. I was impressed that Scoots remembers Leptio's name. Well, many character faces from Clonoa are, yeah. Okay, let's draw... I'm going to draw a cool character from Invincible Fight Girl. Everyone should go watch it because the show is freaking awesome. This isn't going to be dynamic after all, but I'm going to put effort and detail in it. Make it cool. Oh hell yeah, yeah. I'm really excited that the show was renewed for a second season. I hope it doesn't get cancelled mid-production because the first season ends on a really great and interesting note, and I'd love to see where the story and characters go. It has fantastic characters. Though always with cartoon characters I struggle to draw them. How to draw the facial features so I can draw the head, so I can draw the body. I think her eyes are a bit too droopy. You want a season 2 for Captain Laserhawk and the Cuphead show to be renewed for another season? I doubt either will happen. I haven't watched Captain Laserhawk yet. I probably will at some point. I actually really like the Cuphead show. I know my siblings didn't like it that much, but I thought it was really charming and I'd love to see more of it. Let's see, pointed chin. It won't happen, but you want it to happen, yeah! You don't know if a second season would work because of a spoilery one share here. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Here's the big ol' head. And the neck. How tall should I draw her? Because cartoon characters are always kinda on the short side. Or typically. Yeah, at least Cuphead got to end without a cliffhanger. I should watch Amphibia at some point, 2 out of these Western animated series. I know it's part of one of the Hall of Fame shows that Disney put out before they stopped caring. And it seems really cool, but I'm not ready for a big new show anytime soon. I'm too deep in Dragon Ball. And I don't know when I will get out, maybe when I'm 40. I mean, I can watch other stuff too before I'm 40, but when will I get out of the Dragon Ball swamp so much so I can watch a new show? I don't know. Okay, let's give her some hair. She looks weird bald. One thing you love about Cuphead show was how they made Elder Kettle very funny. Yeah! Amphibia and Owl House are shows that you heard are good and feel you should watch. If you ever feel inclined to, I would definitely recommend the Owl House, I love it. Cuphead did kinda end on a cliffhanger. Oh yeah, I'm not going to say that aloud in case of spoilers, but actually yeah, but also I think what Scoots means is that, and what I mean is that Cuphead felt like they had a story they wanted to tell and got to finish it. And the ending makes sense because of spoilers. I want to get as good as the drawing fun fashion as Akira Toriyama was. Okay, so the support leg is here. Sorry for clearing my throat, I'm so hoarse. Here's the support leg. See, how tall is she? A rough marker, so she won't be extremely weirdly proportioned. I'm doing the same leg pose here. I easily just revert to leg posing like this when I don't know what I'm doing. You love that one episode where they get turned into candy. The voice actress for Baroness Bonbon must have been having a blast with that performance. I think the voice actress for Baroness Bonbon was the storyboard artist for most of Cuphead show. One of the storyboard artists or art directors, something like that. Like, I think she's not a voice actress at all, she was a member of the crew. A lot of the Cuphead show voice actors were members of the crew and did both voice acting and other stuff in the production, which is kinda understandable, knowing about how much people struggle with getting paid for all that kind of stuff, and I don't think the budget for that show was like crazy high, but I think all the voice actors did a great job, regardless of whether they were full-time professional voice actors or if they were other members of the crew who don't do that much voice acting. Of course, they did have like an actual Broadway actor voicing King Dice, I believe, and I think Calamario's voice actress was also someone more famous, I think. You know, one of the main writers was the voice of Henchman, yeah. More Xenoblade music. This song is really cozy. I follow voice actors on social media, so I know there's a big voice actor strike going on because they want protections against AI cloning, you know. And there's been a lot of trouble, especially with Genshin Impact. I hear a lot about that in particular, like people are getting death threats because they're saying that Hoyoverse refuses to sign an agreement giving voice actors AI cloning protection, and Genshin Impact fans, some of them, are sending death threats to voice actors because of that. How dare you strike? It's nasty stuff. I think Ben Diskin in particular has been writing a lot of good stuff about the strike and how SAG-AFTRA union works on Blue Sky if anyone is interested. And Pants has stripes. I'm not going to draw her looking the other way where she's facing, I'm going to draw her looking this way. Slightly down. There we go, this is Bertie from Invincible Fight Girl. She's great, you should watch the show to find out why. I'm gonna flesh her out. Mihoyo has been a real stinker lately due to that. Yeah, Ben deserves a lot of respect for being so vocal about the situation, because like there's a lot of voice actors who don't feel safe talking about it. Not gonna whine about the Cuphead show, but something about the episode plot spelled off to you a lot of the time. Yeah, that's totally fine. You wonder if Studio MDHR is doing anything new. They are doing something new. They hired Nicholas Cole to work on whatever their next project is. Nicholas Cole is a fantastic artist and fantastic concept artist and artist who has worked on projects such as Spyro Reignited Trilogy, Crash 4, Project Dragon that was unfortunately cancelled and the game never came out. And he also did character designs for Scrooge, A Christmas Carol musical animated film. He's fantastic. I'm really excited to see what they cook up. Thinking of Ben Roy will hear him when playing Mega Man 11. I think Ben Diskin voiced Black Doom in the Shadow Generations. I hope I'm not misremembering. Nicholas Cole's art is so cool, yeah, I know. You gotta go, thanks so much again, really appreciate your drive on your character. Thanks so much for hanging out! I'm always worried that Thomas going to come here, come hang out when I'm doing art streams, so I really appreciate everyone who does. It was great learning, he did work for Lorcana. Oh yeah, he's been drawing some Lorcana cards too. I think he drew a really fantastic Ratigan card. I don't know anything about Disney Lorcana besides, other than that it's a card game, but it has a lot of really great art. And I sent an application to work on Lorcana cards. I'm sure they'll never contact me, but you know, you lose every shot you don't take. I'm putting a lot of effort into this since I think it's going to be the last Doodle of the stream. I think Bertie is my favorite Invincible Fight Girl character, but all the characters in it are really great. You would have all these characters are canonically scaled. Oh gee, thanks for stopping by too. Watch Pep get the job application and be the one who makes a loose card. If only. You don't know who she is, but adorable face and hair. Massive egg, yeah, I think Rai egg is not to scale. I don't know what size a rogue is. I'm getting hungry. I ate noodles before the stream, and I ate ice cream before I ate the noodles. I'm going to eat some rye bread and cookies after I'm finished, I think. Maybe now is the time to talk about Dragon Ball again, because I'm about to end Dragon Ball Brain Rot. Obviously, there's still stuff left to watch, but I have made the observation so far, which is part of the reason why I think I enjoy Dragon Ball Super anime in particular so much, is that original Dragon Ball anime peaks around halfway. Dragon Ball Z peaks at the beginning and Dragon Ball Super peaks at the end, and I think that's pretty significant. Z and original both have the ending arcs, the final arcs are fine, they're not bad, even though I have issues with Buu arc. But Super's ending is so good, it leaves such a good aftertaste, so to say. It feels really good when that specific anime gets better throughout. And I think I really like Tien arc might be the best. Sorry, coughing. I think Tien arc might be the single best arc in all of Dragon Ball, but it has the benefit of being very short. and it has a very small scale and small focus, so it's really tight. So to say. But I like most arcs. Original Dragon Ball has some of the worst parts. And I know there's really painful filler in Z, and I'm curious about GT. Based on what I hear, it sounds like it might start out better and get worse with time, which is sad if true, we'll see. I am concerned. But something that makes me really like Dragon Ball Super anime in particular too is that while, yeah, it doesn't utilize all of the cast much, it still does have a lot of, so to say, downtime episodes that boring people would call filler episodes. And I think the balance of those downtime episodes versus the big events is really good. When watching that show live, it was probably somewhat frustrating, especially since the build up to the final tournament is really long, but I really love the downtime episodes in Dragon Ball Super, some of the best parts of Dragon Ball anime for me personally. And that makes me enjoy Super so much. Of course, original Dragon Ball and Z has some of that, but it's different when it's been purposefully written in. If that makes sense. Also because Frieza is my favorite, he's really good in Super, so that helps, that bias helps a lot too. And this is an unpopular opinion, but I actually think mostly the Battle of Cards and Resurrection adaptations in Dragon Ball Super are a bit better than the films. I prefer most of the things about their plots in the anime version. You also feel like Super anime is a good balance between the moods of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, that too. Dragon Ball Z anime is a bit overly serious at times. I like it a lot, but it's a bit overly serious, and the original is overly silly, especially at the beginning, but like Toriyama was still figuring out what this series is about. Doesn't make Oolong any more tolerable, but so yeah, I think Super really nails that balance for the most part. I do understand a lot of the criticism, but a lot of the criticism also just simply doesn't affect me. The art style is a very prominent criticism, and like I understand it, but I can totally tolerate watching it even though the art isn't great. Even though I get so pissed off at how ugly Frieza looks like sometimes in Super. They really did not get his design right. You lose Frieza when you add too much detail. The whole idea of his design is that he's very simple. The typical problem that unfortunately Toyotaro also does is that they draw too much detail on his face. When the whole idea is that he is simple and the detail on his face is added when he makes specific expressions to highlight the expression. Obviously, I also think that Zamasu is the best Dragon Ball villain after Frieza. I think he's super interesting, and in the anime, not the manga, he's a really interesting and unique villain. And his negative character development in the anime is very subtle and interesting. Also, the phenomenal voice acting by James Marsters helps a lot. He's great. The Zamasu arc is kinda like Android arc in original DBC to me. It's an arc I enjoy a lot, but it has some big glaring issues also. But mostly I really enjoy it. I don't approach Dragon Ball super critically. Like, I see fans of Dragon Ball or anything else talk about really critically about stuff they watch. I know I can be really critical, especially of very minute details and specific aspects, but with Dragon Ball I just don't think about it that seriously. I don't really care to heavily criticize it. I don't think it's meant to be fine art, it's just meant to be entertainment for kids mostly. A lot of people also seem to forget the perspective that Dragon Ball is for Japanese children first and foremost. Let's see. This message is a little early, but you need to write this out before the thought escapes your head. This has been a nice stream to be part of and also be a fly on the wall. There was a lot of perspectives that didn't delve into the unreasonable, and it was refreshing. It's very rare I join any online space without hitting a wall of some kind, but I almost felt totally relaxed here today, which is something I haven't felt in years. Thank you very much for streaming today. Thank you so much for the message. I really appreciate that, especially since I'm such a fumbly, awkward fool who doesn't even stream on the regular. I try my best to, if I have any control of a space, and I suppose my Twitch chat is a space I have some control over, I try to my best to make it a nice little place for people to hang out, and I like having conversations with people, even though I'm super awkward and struggle to put my thoughts into words, especially in English. I'm really glad you had a relaxing time here and enjoyed seeing what people were saying. That means a lot to me, thanks so much. It's always the good guy fans, so to say, who are the most pissed at Super Itzy. More like Dragon Ball Super, with all the food-related names. It's totally fine to not like Dragon Ball Super, but I just think it's really underrated, so to say. I think people should give it more of a chance and be less harsh on it, so they could enjoy some of the best parts of it. Like, I genuinely love the filler two-parter where they're filming a great Saiyaman film and it's all about Gohan and Videl. I think it's super charming and fun. I love seeing Gohan and Videl's relationship because they're such cuties, especially compared to Bulma and Chi-Chi, both who are quite aggressive personalities. I know some people say Videl got lobotomized after Boo arc, but I disagree. Yeah, she had issues in Boo arc and she no longer has issues, so she's much calmer, and Gohan is also a much more manageable husband, so she doesn't need to nag. And I love seeing her and Gohan be silly and interact, it's really fun. Videl is a very strong character even if she isn't loud all the time anymore. And those episodes highlight that too. It's funny how male, usually Dragon Ball fans complain about Bulma and Chi-Chi being loud and naggy and annoying, and then they complain that Videl isn't loud and naggy and annoying anymore, so to say. Videl is probably my favorite Dragon Ball girl, but I love them all. Snipper clips! Chi-Chi is so fun in particular. I don't entirely blame people for finding her annoying, but because they don't have the perspective that she, especially in Z and more stuff after that, employs a lot of tropes associated with rural Japanese parents, and a lot of her nagging towards Goku is supposed to be, in my opinion, like relatable to the little boys reading Dragon Ball, to see some funny moments when their own mom was naggy to their dad in Chi-Chi. Also, all the claims that Chi-Chi doesn't care about Goku are really annoying. There's only a couple of scenes where she prioritizes little Gohan over Goku, and like, which mother wouldn't? And it's played as a joke, it's meant to be serious, and all the time she's worried about Goku, especially in the Android arc. It's really, really sweet. One of my favorite parts of Android arc is when Goku is finally healed of his space STD, and Chi-Chi basically cries of joy and Goku hugs her and picks her up, and they're so sweet and cute in that scene, it's lovely. Chi-Chi jumps out of the window to meet him at the beach and all that, it's so cute. I also love that Chitty was training Goten how to fight when he was really small. And with Bulma, her thing kind of was that she's the naggy big sister on the other hand for the little boys reading Dragon Ball. At least I think that's what the intent has been. And Videl is more of the cute girl you meet at school and are trying to date. In my opinion, this has been the intent with the main girls in original run of Dragon Ball. Oh yeah, and then there's 18. Everyone loves 18. Nobody complains about 18. 18's just the cool hot girl. These colors aren't optimal for getting Bertie's skin color right, but oh well. Let's use a bit more light brown. This is Artoneleko music. It's a trilogy of JRPGs, I believe. I don't even know what the gameplay in those games is like. I'm just a big fan of Japanese singer-songwriter Akiko Shikata and started to listen to Artoneleko soundtracks because she worked on those. And I love Artoneleko music. Have no idea about the games. Gameplay, I just know the games are really horny. Maybe I should just check out a bit of a video of someone playing them on YouTube at some point, just to know what the gameplay is even like. Like, is it turn-based RPG? Is it dungeon crawling? Is it action RPG? What kind? I have no idea. I just know it's apparently horny, but the music is fucking amazing. I know the singing is part of the game's lore too, and they developed a fictional language called Hymnos for it. So that's cool too. No wonder the music is so good when it's part of the story. This red is too red, but let's use it anyway. Did I have any other hot Dragon Ball takes? Well, I love Universe 6. People don't appreciate Universe 6. I'm a big fan of Universe 6. I love Kappa unironically. I talked about it last time too. I draw him. Kappa is so good. People don't get how good Kappa is. More Rayman and the Dreamers Boundary music. People typically only care about the cyan lesbians from Universe 6, and I don't blame them. Caulifla and Kale are both awesome characters, even though I wish they had slightly... I don't like the colors of Caulifla's clothes. And I wish Kale was a little bit taller, but I can amend both when drawing them. But they're really great, but all the other Universe 6 characters are good too. I like Botama and Magetta too, the two everyone forgets. But I'm particularly obsessed with Frost. 18 is the one girl in DB who is allowed to be herself without getting judged by the narrative, and I feel it's rare to see in anything. Yeah. That's not a bad take of it at all. I'm really excited to watch Daima after we watched everything else, because Shin is one of my favorite characters and he's one of the main characters in it. I know he does at least one attack in Daima, I assume mostly he's just going to be there and worried and spill lore. But if he gets to do even one attack, I'll be happy. But I'm really excited about all the world building stuff in Daima. And there's new girls! I love Dragon Ball girls! I'm gonna get to meet the new girls. Funny how, again, as a talking as a feminist, Dragon Ball doesn't have any hypersexualized women, which is pretty cool. I could argue it has some hypersexualized men, but it depends on who you ask. I don't think it was intentional on Toriyama's part. I keep coloring out of view. Bulma gets some of that, yeah. It's worse at the early parts when she's underage and it's mainly played for gags, but I also don't think she's hypersexualized. Like, it's okay to have female characters who are sexy, you know, like 18. She's not sexualized, like, at all. Outside of maybe some Cell scenes, but like Cell is a freak. Like, none of the Dragon Ball ladies that I've seen have like disturbing designs or anything like that. I know Towa has the underboob cut, but like it's also super tame. It's just basic JRPG design, it's fine. Compared to One Piece, I love One Piece, but oh my god, Oda's woman driving devolution is sight to behold. I'm so used to it, I barely pay any attention to it when I read One Piece. But the second I'm snapped out of it and see a three-dimensional figurine or something of one of the female characters, I'm just... Oh right, this happened. Yeah, this is a thing. And like, for example, My Hero Academia, one of the things that really put me off My Hero Academia, besides all the other things, was how sexualized the illustrations of all the underage girls were. For my tastes. This song has really weird lyrics, but it's such a gem. Many Sonic songs don't have great lyrics, to be honest. Newer songs do. Back in the day, they didn't put Perhaps they didn't pay as much attention to writing cool song lyrics. Let's see. I kinda don't wanna use black, so let's use this dark brown. I do have a relatively high tolerance for sexualized female characters in Japanese media and whatnot. And there's a lot of people who complain about sexy female characters in general, that they're not allowed to exist, and that's boring too, but especially with underage girl characters, I do tend to sometimes get skeeved out. Bothered. I don't know what word to use. It sticks out and makes me feel unpleasant. Like Rouge, for example, Rouge the Bat from Sonic. Big fan of Rouge. I think maybe a couple of times they went a bit overboard with her back in the day, but like... I don't know, I don't think they ever did anything inappropriate with her, really. And I don't think she's an inappropriate character or anything, she's great. Crush 40's method for writing songs was making the instrumentals and making babbling nonsense at the lyrics, that they iron out the lyrics later. They do have some songs with pretty okay lyrics. I'm waiting for the day when Sonic fans realize that Sonic Superstars is a great game. I didn't care for it too much myself. I don't mind it, but my thing is that I don't like 2D Sonic. So I was never going to care about it that much. I think I mainly hear people complain about the bosses in the game, but I don't have any stake in this. I just don't care about 2D Sonic, sorry to say. It seems perfectly fine. There is a rip online of their original cut of Sonic Heroes before it was tweaked to make sense, really? You love the nonsense version of Sonic Heroes? That's awesome. If anyone knows where to find it, link it to me on Discord. Guys, do me a favor and watch Invincible Fight Girl. It's only 10 24-minute episodes. Bertie is so cool and it's overall so cool. It has such great... it's a show for like teenagers. And it has really great character writing and really great lessons and whatnot. And really great well-animated action scenes and fights. And I love seeing Andy develop as a fighter over the course of it. It's like training to become an invisible fight girl. Andy is the main heroine of the show. Also, it's really funny. Can't forget about that. It's really emotional. There we go, I think that's decent enough. I didn't quite get her facial features right in a way I would have liked, but other than that I think this is a pretty good Bertie. Put the phone away so no more memes are lurking. Has Invincible Fight Girl been released anywhere else besides Max? It's available on an Adult Swim streaming service too, I think, because it's an Adult Swim original. The first episode of the show was also released for free on Adult Swim's YouTube channel, I think. Okay, I think it's time for me to go and have a snack, a shower and stuff. Gotta leak onto that amazing work, this picture. Thank you so much! We did some pretty decent doodles this stream. We had some good talks. It was a good hangout even though I was really frazzled and nervous for the first half. It got easier. This is a good song to end the stream to. Bye bye Beth. See you never, Scoots. As in, see you right after stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. I don't know when the next stream will be, probably this summer. I might do some gaming again this summer, we'll see. Maybe next time I'll work on one drawing for the whole stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. Bye bye!